Christ. Fucking Christ. Sorry, give me a minute. Jesus Christ, bro. I'll explain why I'm laughing. Let me just properly set up the stream, shall we? Oh my god. Uh, Alright, chat. Let's make you show up. Yep, chat's showing up. Let's go. What the fuck is that? What the Huh? Fuck is that? What happened? Sign into chat. What? Bruh. Alright, this is staying on stream, but hello everybody, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Hey, don't mind me, I'm just opening stuff up. So the funny thing is, you know why I was laughing? You logged out? No, that's just I would say that's just simply using OBS as shenanigans also and popping out chat from my YouTube thingy that I have available here, where I'm able to monitor the stream and such. But yeah, welcome. So the funny thing is, I accidentally set the stream to go live about 2 hours ago, which I normally would not be streaming at, you know, unless it's like something very early, like I'm doing a reaction to a live stream or something, you know. So I got reminded, oh shit, I accidentally set it to the wrong time because somebody in my Discord posted about it. I was like, oh, well, sorry guys, come back in about 2 hours. And then when I got into, what's it called? Yeah, then I came closer to my original timing. I was watching a YouTube video about Linux, and then I almost forgot to stream. I almost forgot to stream on time until I looked at another message in my YouTube chat because I had that tab open, and I was like, oh shit, yeah, I gotta stream. Man, I don't know what the fuck's happening with me today, but anyways, enjoy the music, I guess. I'm curious what the video about Linux was. The video about Linux was just, I think I've just been watching a bit more Linux videos for today for some reason. And it's just, the verification in the server is scary. It's meant to be. It's not scary though. It made me think I was a robot. It's just it's just to protect against bots that may come into the server. You know, the rudimentary bots that may join your server, that's why. And that's talking about my Discord server. But yeah, the video, I was just watching a random video about like the biggest culture shock you get when you switch to Linux from Windows. That was what the video was about, really. Also, before I continue, I should probably link this. So, hold up. I wanted to show you all something. Right. Now that I've pulled it up, let me go to my own channel. You'll see my recommendations, but do ignore some of it. So, if I go to my posts, I'll just mention it real quick, but it is with a heavy heart I announce that I am temporarily once again dropping Arknights until Arknights works on Android Studio again. Yep, that's the announcement. So, congratulations to all the sleeper agents that are watching most of my streams now. For the next few months, you're going to be getting exclusively Limbus content going forward. Until something fixes itself, the Arknights PC client suddenly shadow drops, or, you know, Enfield releases without a kernel level anti-cheat. And if you ask what's a kernel level anti-cheat, well, let me yap about it because I replied to the comment here. So, kernel level anti-cheat is basically an anti-cheat software which has access to your kernel on your what's it called, operating system. It is the most core and the most sensitive part of your operating system, which is, if I am to pull up an image here, to kernel, yeah, operating system, kernel image. If I'm to pull up an image here, it would be like, where the fuck is the, where is it? Bro. I got a nice image when I searched for it. But basically, it's at the most bottom level, it would be your actual hardware components. The core part of your operating system would be, you know, the kernel, which is literally responsible for managing your system resources. So you're like RAM, your CPU, all of the critical functions that is used to run stuff. And yeah, so generally I avoid fucking getting anything on that has a kernel level anti-cheat. Why? Because it's a abrasive invasion of my privacy and such. And it does not work on Linux, because if we are to go by the developer's own statements, putting aside the fact that programs having the ability to access your kernel is not something that should be done, it would be apparently less effective because the Windows kernel is very locked down and you can't really modify it much. Well, meanwhile, on the Linux kernel, you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. Yeah, what's up, Cosmic? I'll welcome you all. Let me just get this rant out of the way. And, you know, the Linux... what happened, Cosmic? What happened? I don't appreciate the spam, but I'll... Matrix clearing can't do it within the next month. I don't know. I would not know. I would not know. Capitals. But yes. All I'm saying is, let's just hope Enfield does not have that. And I don't like the entire idea of something having kernel level access to my system just because it fucking wants to disable cheating in a damn video game. But yes. That's what I'm saying. But anyways, and it would not also work on Linux because that's Windows kernel code, and using the translation layer like Proton or something like that is just gonna introduce some fuckery. That's all I'm saying. And I don't think Arknights should, because the kernel level anti-cheat is only mostly utilized in massive multiplayer online games for the most part. Because there are anti-cheats that work on Linux. It's just that they don't operate on the kernel level. They just operate on a user level. So they don't access the most critical parts of your system. And by the way, that's also another reason, if you've ever noticed on Windows, and you play a massive multiplayer online and then after some update, you suddenly get a blue screen of death. Sometimes the reason for that is because, you know, the kernel level anti-cheat, it starts up when you boot in the system, so when you turn your PC on, and it shuts down when you turn your PC off. So in that entire duration, it has the access to the kernel, and if it shows a fucking error or something, it can take down your entire system with it. And that's one of the other reasons you should kind of stay away from those kinds of security and anti-cheating implementations. Because I've heard about that happening quite a bit to some people. Anyways, PC software and hardware information aside, and yapping about Linux aside, even though I love it so much, let us move on with the stream, alright? Let us definitely move on with the stream. But hello, I'll finally be welcoming you all. Hello, Dr. Jombra. Hello, Sound of Waves, Alex, GSG. Shout out to our member, GSG, first member ever. Love you, brother, for the support. Gallon Murphy, Roy, Cosmic, Alamax, and all the others, as well as Iris Corvus. Welcome to the stream, everybody. I tend to avoid MMO games, so I'm glad it's something I don't have to deal with. Hey. But yeah, that was the rant over. We shall continue, but before that, I kind of have to heat up some water and then drink it, because while I was watching something on YouTube, I forgot to do that. But I mean, in the meanwhile, what do I do? So I'll be right back. Just a quick, give me like 2 minutes. Should be fine. Enjoy the music. Okay, and unfortunately I need to do something real quick yet again, so I will, I'll be back. Give me 3 more minutes, guys. Wait, huh? Weird. But hello, we're back. We're finally back. Alright, hello, Patlin. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Hello, Alcilion. Hesilion. Halcyon. Sorry for mispronouncing your name twice. But welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good time and continue. Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time. Hello, Bad Roxy Productions. Welcome to the stream as well. Alright. So, ignore the sign into chat because YouTube likes to be quirky sometimes, and that leads to certain things not being ideal, let's just say. Let us start. Enjoy your food. No waves. So, the hard will unlock after getting to after clearing Canto 6, huh? Interesting. This seems to take place in T-Corp, so that's going to be interesting to see. But I don't think I needed to do anything else, so I'll craft one thing here. Hello, Rimachi. Well, Real, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. District 20 Backstreets. Time to lurk and mostly have you as a passive noise, mostly. Hi. I appreciate the watch. But guys, do remember, probably the worst time to mention this as I started, but yes, there's the little join button available. If you would ever like to financially support me, and I'd really appreciate it. You don't have to. If you have the resources and if you have some money to burn, I'd really appreciate it. But that's about it. Yeah, I'm gonna be like I'm gonna be honest. Since I've recently gotten monetized, I will on every stream actively shilling my own membership 3 to 4 times. So be prepared. Anyways, let us continue. Abode Mephistopheles. Yeah, there was something at the end where something was mentioned for T-Corp. Heathcliff. So we're finally here, eh? Heathcliff looked out the rattling bus window with a dour expression. Though it wasn't raining, the world outside was grey and opaque like an overcast sky. Black, pungent clouds of smoke had long devoured the atmosphere. So this is the kind of place Heathcliff used to roam.
아직도 잿빛으로 색이 바래는구려. 분명 S사에서 도망했던 정착지는 세피아 빛으로 칠해져 있던 것 같수만.
Huh. The color remains grey this deep into the heart of the black streets. I recall with quite the certitude that the T-Corp I arrived at after my departure from S-Corp. Right, that was like, yeah, that was basically Korea, but with farmland. Was spear-hued.
T사의 색을 수거하는 장치가 중심에 위치해 있으니까요. 영향권에서 멀면 이런 현상이 있을 수 있다고 보고된 적이 있습니다.
Okay, further away from its sphere of influence. It's located at the center of T-Corp.
아, 그런 것이었는가.
2 other sinners immediately jumped in on the conversations to direct it away from whichever obscure subject Yisang and Faust were about to steer it into.
아, 그러고 보니까
그거.
What happened?
그 이상 씨가 살았던 곳 거기랑 여기가 좀 건물들이 달라 보인다 싶어서.
If there's anything up with that. They did not want even more yap for things they didn't understand. You know what? Fair enough.
그래. 그 이야기 하려고 했지.
Bruh. It's been a while since we started on this journey together. I was starting to grow more comfortable with the sinners. Maybe that's why I found Gregor and Rodia's valiant effort to keep this conversation remotely comprehensible to most occupants of the bus pretty amusing.
그건 말이야.
Allow me to elaborate then. I don't think people are asking for elaboration, let's just say. And Yisang unknowingly shooting down their effort by jumping into another complicated other side I'd become familiar with. While I was curious about the technology T-Corp uses to drain our color and about the behind the scenes of T-Corp's operations, it wasn't something that could be answered now. I decided to table that discussion for later. Instead, I approached Heathcliff. He was sitting all by his lonesome, clearly in deep thought.
시계 대가리.
Still wagging your head about what to wear to Wuthering Heights? Okay, gotta remember the source material is Wuthering Heights. It's not the other thing. The one game that shall not be named.
뭐? 그런 거 아니야.
Heathcliff protested, jumping up from his seat. Looks like I hit the nail right on the head.
아니, 생각을 안 한 건 아니긴 한데.
Mostly reminiscing.
그냥 옛날 생각나고 그런 게 더 커서.
I do remember hearing that the Heathcliff used to live in the back streets. A part of some syndicate, if I recall correctly. Vigilius did say that we were going through the back streets instead of going straight to the T-Corp nest for a reason, and that it was because of the company's orders. Maybe there's something for us to do here. Heathcliff didn't spend some time in the T-Corp's back streets after all. I don't know. Something to do with the syndicate he was in back then? Maybe you'll run into a golden bough here? I honestly got no clue.
그럴 리가 있나요? 그게 뒷골목에 굴러다니는 썩은 나뭇가지 수준이었다면 저희가 이런 개고생을 하겠어요?
Why would I be doing any of the globe-trotting waste of time? Welcome back, Waves. Well, true, I guess.
애초에 그 여러 의미로 대단한 저택에 이런 뒷골목에 붙어 있을 리 없잖아.
Quite the manner, in more ways than one. You won't find it anywhere near some run-down back streets like this. Hello, cool dog. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream.
골목을 기어다니는 거렁뱅이 같은 사람들과 그들에게는 나를 초대했다는 건 이번 황금가지는 그 저택이 있는 둥지에 있을 게 뻔하겠지. 맞지?
Or at least somewhere in the same nest.
맞습니다. 저희는 최종적으로는
We will eventually travel to T-Corp's nest. Welcome to Britain, the Colosseum. Heathcliff continued to speak in a low voice. The hubbub from outside the bar seemed to blend with his words, turning into a mass of murmurs. And there was a sort of commotion outside.
그리고 최종이든 시작이든 간에 뭘 해보려면 저기서 걸리적거리고 있는 놈들부터 집어치워야겠군.
Clear the road of some blockage.
반 정도 맞는 말이군.
Half right. Heathcliff, who was muttering to himself in an uncharacteristic daze, jolted away.
아이씨, 예고 없이 뭘 하는 건 띠띠빵빵이나 너나 다르질 않냐 어떻게?
I think you're the only one there, buddy.
예고의 필요성을 느끼지는 않아서 말이지. 아무튼
Necessity and warning, yeah.
바깥에 보이는 놈들은 다 계시다.
Oh. Target?
제거 대상이라는 뜻인가?
I believe that he means to say they will be eliminated.
그런 의미만 있지는 않지. 정확한 정보는 없었지만
Though I'm yet to be informed of the precise details of this mission, that is.
아무튼 저 무리 속에서 접촉해야 할 대상이 있다더군.
You are to make contact with a target among them.
그 녀석을 찾아서 정보를 얻어오면 된다. 관리자.
Extract the necessary intel.
알아들었습니까?
How are we supposed to find this target if you're not even going to tell us who it is?
타겟을 특정할 방법이 없는지 묻는군요.
가면 알게 되겠지. 제게도 없는 정보를 물어봐야 소용이 없습니다.
Don't waste your time. More grayer than usual.
전원 하차.
I was somewhat wary of the way Virgilius answered me, but even in murky situations like these, we've always managed to pull through anyway. I'm sure things will get a little clearer once we get there. I slowly disembarked the bus with the rest of the sinners. Well, gonna have to see how this entire thing goes. Stride. Oh, right. Before I continue, there was one thing I wanted to mention. And it was the fact that uptie. I have the shards to uptie Morsold as well as Gregor. But I don't have the threads. Looks like that's the one thing I'm going to be doing, grinding the heck out of the threads. What's the most efficient way to get threads? Anyways. But hello, Luxon. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Maybe only just started, did the first story node. Now we're moving on to the next one. Let me actually take some... Yeah, let me actually take some water. Again, I know there's been a lot of fiddling around and breaks in the since the start of the stream, but still, I'll be right back. Main thread sources are events and luxcavations. Well, luxcavation followed by mirror dungeon, huh? Right, let's enter. Strife. 14.
만곡된 직선을
Wait, why does it say 14? Wait, is it a...
그쪽으로 튑니다.
Question, is this Intervello a continuation of the previous Intervello? Because I did notice, like, both of them were named Intervello 3, and I was like, huh? So the second one's just part 2? And that's also why I kind of didn't know what to type in the title. Sorta. Hello, Labris. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Technically, yes. Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. But, huh. Gotcha. 3 and 3.5. Alright. That one's headed your way, Aniki.
내가 알아서 잡는다. 너는 네 몸뚱아리 단돌이나 잘하고 있어.
Trying to get yourself killed. What a mess. Right. We walked out of the bus and right into what appeared to be a battlefield of a violent gang war. Black cloaks flutter under the grey sky and bloodthirsty blades clash violently. The bus had stopped not even 30 paces away from the thick of the battle.
저건 흑운회인가요?
Kurokuma clan. If they're cantos with multiple Intervellos, they'll get the 3.5 moniker. Stay after the Christmas event, but since it pretty much continues off the story, they don't bother naming it one. Gotcha. Kurokuma clan. I've heard of them before. I'm sure we had some identities from that syndicate. Some identity cards said Wakashu too. Is that a different clan? They're a pretty large subsidiary of an even larger syndicate called the Thumb. Oh! Oh! They're a subsidiary of the Thumb. Seems like you need to sign into chat, Matrix. It's just YouTube doing YouTube shenanigans. I'll probably need to fix that after stream and look for a way to fix that at least. But we'll see. Wakashu are like big boys. Alright. Gotcha. I think the identities wore outfits similar to the ones they're wearing here. I think you're right, but who are they fighting?
뭐 항쟁이겠지.
It's gotta be a strife. Heathcliff replied in a monotone voice like he was reading from an encyclopedia.
조직끼리 치고받고 싸우는 건 뒷골목에서 흔한 일이잖아.
Okay.
또 잘 있으니 자기들 영역이니 하며 실랑이인 거겠지.
Turf dispute. Hello, Tao Coffee Math. Coffee Math. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream.
어느 곳에나 있는 것이로군. 힘으로 위세를 높이며 약한 자들의 고열을 빠는 자들이.
Blood-sucking curs seeking to oppress and exploit the weak of the islands. Faye, there is nary a place these scum do not infest.
새삼스러운 것도 없지. 정도의 차이지. 조직이라면 대부분 비슷하니까.
How far are they willing to go?
이를테면 그래. 저런 놈이 반드시 찾아오기 마련이지.
The ones walking right at us. Heathcliff raised his bat and pointed it at the approaching man. He wore the same outfit as the other Kurokuma clan members.
뭐야 당신들 10명도 넘는 것들이 모였어. 빠따 안 내려? 한판 벌여보자는 거냐?
어이, 일단 과격한 행동은 피하지. 자극해봐야 좋을 게 없지 않나.
Oh. I would have stepped in to warn Heathcliff, but he did not budge. He remained motionless, the bat still raised and pointing threateningly at the approaching man.
결말이 뻔히 나 있는데 그럴 필요가 있겠냐?
It's a foregone conclusion.
저자와 결국 싸워야만 하는 건가요?
뻔하지 뭐. 항쟁을 하고 있었던 놈들이니 당연히 여긴 자기네 땅이라고 우길 거고. 그러는 와중에 제3자들이 지나갈 모양새니
Unwitting travelers to pay the toll for the road. Oh!
잘 알고 있네.
Kurokuma clan henchman strutted before us like he owned the place.
멍청한가 싶다가도 이런 일만 되면 꼭 탐정같이 청산 유수인 게 신기하다니까요.
Gotta say, it's a real mystery. Isabel muttered at Heathcliff, who was shrugging at us with an expression that clearly read, I told you so.
잘 알고 있는 것 같으니까 용건만 간단히 해주지. 통행세 1인당 50만 원.
Per person.
50만 원!
어디 하나, 둘, 13세. 저 뒤에 버스도 너희들이 타고 온 거겠지? 운 포함해서 내놔라. 괜히 안쪽까지 뒤지다가 일 복잡하게 만들지 말고 솔직하게 안에 더 있는 만큼 내놔.
Well, you're not getting anything out of us.
한테 들었어? 완전 터무니없는 액수를 부르는.
Total highway robbery. Basically daylight robbery. It kind of is, isn't it? Well, it didn't really matter how much they were asking for. I wasn't going to negotiate with them anyway. Ishmael turned around and looked quietly in my direction. I nodded back.
잠깐! 저 뒤에
Don pointed at something.
쓰러진 자가 있어. 저자를 도와야 하지 않겠는가?
That was Sabrina. A wounded dame. Just as Don said, I could catch a glimpse of someone bleeding out on the ground through the chaos of the clashing blades and black cloaks.
야, 정의놀이 적당히 하랬지. 조직하고 조직끼리 싸웠는데 누구 편을 들어?
No one's more or less honorable than the other.
동의한다. 또한 난전 속에서 피해를 감수하며 저자를 구해야 할 명분도 지시도 없다.
Of all vessels in this conflict.
하지만 저리 무력하게.
I guess it's an improvement. In the early days of our adventure, we would have been dragged into this conflict 5 minutes ago thanks to Don's recklessly valiant rescue attempt. Don actually learning self-control is huge. I suppose she's learned her lesson by trials of fire. She's starting to show restraint for once. But it's a bit different this time. Okay, so I do think that we have to help that woman, but...
뭐?
관리자님, 이해한 것처럼 끄덕여놓고서 이러시면 곤란한데요.
No, I'm not saying that we should get involved because it's the right thing to do or anything like that. If Virtuous was telling us the truth earlier, there is a chance that we were purposefully made to drive right through the strife, which means that there must be something here they're expecting us to find. They always put us in harm's way for a response, after all. That's actually been the case for a lot of the time, I would say, honestly. Like, if you think about it, we were dropped at the Lobcorp branch to take care of stuff, right? Then in Kanto 2, we were dropped off to go through some casinos and stuff like that, even though it was a bit of an undercover mission. But we were still at the center of it. And then in Kanto 3, we were dropped off in the village where the N-Corp Inquisition was doing shenanigans. Then in Kanto 4, it was in K-Corp. Then in Kanto 5, it was, you know, Ishmael Boatworks. Sorry, Fish Boatworks, I guess. But hello, is that Leary? I think Leary Tango. Hello, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Yes, this is Don Matrix, the avatar. I welcome you to the stream. I just have a feeling that the wounded woman might have something to tell us. Maybe an intel of some kind. And if it turns out that we were supposed to get that intel from Kurokuma clan and not that woman, then I suppose we'll have to beat it out of them.
훌륭하십니다, 관리자님. 이 오티스 진심으로 감탄했습니다.
The Outis acting is on point. I am awestruck by your genius. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the fucking... you know in Overlord where Anos gets glazed the heck out of by the... what was his name? I forgot. The glasses bootlegger. Oh, you already saw 5 steps ahead. Wait, no, Anos. Wait, that's the wrong anime, no. What was the fucking skeletal lich's name in Overlord? Demiurge? Yes, yes, I am referring to in Demiurge. Thank you, Callan. But I forgot. Man, it's been some time since I've watched a lot of anime, so my memory's failing me at the moment, but thank you for the reminder. Yeah, sometimes Aldous reminds me of Demiurge. Actually? What, is she implying that her usual flattery is phony?
듣고 있자 하니 흑운 회를 지나가는 똥개 취급하는 모양새.
Well, you kinda are to an extent.
적을 구하니 많이 하는 건 그래. 니놈들
I was just glazed once more.
검계와 관련이 있군.
Blade lineage. I could practically hear our negotiations, and not that I was going to negotiate, falling apart as the man drew his blade.
합리적인 숙고와 선택. 반드시 승리로 갚아드리겠습니다.
I'd say one I watched a ton of was Tanya and the Saga of Hero. Hey, fun fact with Callum Murphy. Apparently it got announced on... I think I remembered seeing this news on Twitter, but there's a second season. Because after the first season, there was like an OVA, then the movie, and then the movie left off. We just didn't have anything much in years. And somehow we're getting a season 2, finally. So that's nice. A rational deliberation followed by sensible decision. I will return my appreciation for your magnificent leadership for the flawless victory.
청원, 전투 준비.
It just took like forever. Oh, I can kind of say the same. The string instrument is definitely going in on this fight. Inflict bleed, okay. So they specialize in bleed, huh? If target has bleed, coin power, clash win, slash damage up. Alright, they... Wait, is everything slash damage for him? Let me see. Target has bleed, gain coin power again, and more damage. Slash power up turn on evade, once per turn. Wait, huh? These guys use slash attacks and are weak to slash attacks. Interesting.
너는 위아래가
Normal, ineffective, ineffective, normal.
지금 바빠요.
Ah! Sinclair's fatal. Gotcha. It should be fine then, if that's the case. Okay. You might as well use your thingy, buddy. Actually, before that, build up a bit of your sanity. This was the event they promoted the Blade lineage units. Not like he'll corrode or something. Wait, did he lose? I guess he did. Well, anyways. Again.
빠르게 처리하지.
Brother, what are you doing?
여러 작
이것밖에 못한다.
I mean, hey, he can stagger himself. Why not? Ah. Anyways. Okay. Yeah, that should be good. I mean, he's at 0 sanity. That's why. Which is fair.
자비에 감사하다.
a nice and simple cousin on the enemies
지킬 게 많거든.
as well. And alright, more enemies, of course. I was about to be like, and we're done. No. Ooh. Nah, let's not, actually. Since he has higher sanity, I think this is the perfect time.
불길 속으로.
More still having a hangover after partying all night with the Tremor team. You need to tell him to not lose his lashes, manager.
빈틈투성이군.
Man, I'm so curious about his Kanto. Oh, it's... thankfully, it's only one Kanto away.
너도 누군가에게 맡겨졌겠지만
But it's gonna take like another 6 months or like a year or something. If I have to imagine. Alright, more salt. Bench these guys. Oh my god.
당신 짝패군요.
Probably 6 months, maybe.
그렇게 서 있으면
Awesome.
목이 떨어질 수밖에. 전력으로 상대하라.
Man, I love his attack animation so much. Especially with the fucking sword thruster. Sword. Sword thruster? Sorry. Literally.
여기가 네 약점인가?
Thrusting sword.
빈틈투성.
Okay, that's not the wrong term. What's it called? A fire thruster sword?
별것도 없이 배짱만 두둑했군.
Anyways. Sad. All bark, no bite. Truly a disappointment. While the rest of the sinners were slowly recovering from the excitement of battle, Dawn did not waste a second before bolting forth to the woman's side.
맥을
I must check thy pulse. Oh.
맥을 이마에 대고 재다니 그럴 수도 있군요.
You can check the pulse of her forehead. Didn't know that was possible.
살아있네.
Huh?
그러니까 이 녀석이 정보를 갖고 있을 거라고.
Forget about the gun here in the city. Sword use bullets. The sinners one by one began to gather around the woman. She was dressed in an all-black garb like the Kurokuma clan members, but her weapon and her outfit were unmistakably distinct. Blade lineage, huh? I looked around at the defeated Kurokuma clan members, then back at her. The difference became even more apparent. Oh, by the way, did you all hear about Honkai Star Rail's writers just fucking scraping everything and anything Japanese related from their game because Dawei is too deep into the CCP, and recently, you know, some geopolitical situation with Japan and China is like now China is actively suppressing what's it called, Japanese content, the CCP at least, because apparently it was from what I remember. So the geopolitical news basically is it was a US treaty which Japan rejected, which in turn somehow invalidates China's claims over Taiwan. I know this is the most geopolitical I'm ever gonna get on these streams, but it's so insane because it's affecting fucking gacha stories. So, and because Dawei is literally as a party member of the CCPB, look it up. That's why now in Honkai Star Rail, when the next planet was going to be something CN related. No, it's getting hit. So they're legitimately changing the story going forward, and that is apparently not CN exclusive. It will also hit global, from what I remember. So, you know, crazy how geopolitics get. Yeah, they're removing all Japanese stuff from the new planet, and man, I am happy that. Oh, I'm happy that the Arknights Japanese event for Higashi, it came out quite a few months before this. So, you know, at least the global version won't be fiddled around or changed or anything like that. And I don't think this rule is kind of getting applied more and more to the ones related to the party and close to it. Hopefully the other not involved parties, like the other like freelance writers in China or something like that, don't get hit too hard with that, because this is genuinely kind of insane to hear about. Oh, that was something I also heard about when I learned of some Hoyo history. Labris, I remember that. But yeah, very unexpected and crazy. Anyways, that is what I got reminded of by seeing this image. Oh, but yeah, unfortunate, just unfortunate, man. Dawn slowly and tragically shook her head after checking the polls on others.
관리자님, 전투 중 몇몇 흑운의 조직원을 신문했으나 특기할 정보는 없었습니다.
Notable intelligence has been gained. Okay. So it's just her then. I hope my gut feelings prove me right.
산자는 이자밖에 없는 것 같네. 우선 버스에 옮겨 응급 조치를 취하는 게 어떻겠는가?
First aid post haste. What dost thou say to that? Yeah, I don't see any other way. We don't carry a first aid kit with us, and I can't turn the clock to heal her, so... Morsol, do you mind carrying her back to the bus?
알겠습니다.
Thus we made our way back to the bus, Morsol carrying the dying Blade lineage member.
잼짝을 또 달고 왔군.
Another package. Virgilius didn't seem very happy about this. Bruh, I mean, not to generalize anything, but you will find every sort of people anywhere. It's just that since China has such a huge population, you'll find more of those kinds of people, Labris. I hope it ends with the whole thing unchanged except for a single sizing. Oh my god.
허가되지 않은 손님을 드리는 게 당연해진 겁니까?
Since when did bringing an unauthorized, unverified guest into our bus become such an acceptable practice? We had no choice. We have to save her first if we're going to get any answers out of her.
정보가 있을 것이라고 판단되는 인물을 우선 구명해야 한다고 판단했다고 말하고 있네요.
It is just wild though, sometimes, to think about it.
동의합니다.
Faust agrees with Dante's decision. True.
이미 벌어진 일은 어쩔 수 없지. 하지만 계속 주인을
Strangers onto this bus from now on, Dante. I had a feeling that Virgilius had much more to say than that, but he simply sighed and dropped the subject. Probably because we got Faust support on on here as well. Well,
본인은 관리자 나리가 옳은 처사를 했다고 생각하네.
Thanks. Just as I was starting to dread that this bus was doomed to be eternally uncomfortable, Yi-sang emerged from the back door with good news.
조치는 전부 끝내었어. 이제
And before he even finished his sentence, the woman was awake.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그
Yeah.
귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
15 Lineage
잘
of Blades.
놀아간다.
Hey, this is inside the
회수하지 않은
bus.
탄피는 팁이다.
마지막까지
Nice.
발버둥 칠 수밖에.
That was some impressive recovery, gotta say.
보안.
The bus.
아, 여기는 버스 아니에요? 아, 저희는
태도
Odachi. The blade lineage woman sprang from her prone position, grabbing the sword next to her. She held the grip of a blade, ready to draw it at any moment.
니놈들은 누구냐? 흑운에?
아니라고.
그러니까
그런데 왜 그들이 쓰는 무기와 흡사한 것을?
말이 안 통하네. 그냥 죽일까?
Ryoshu.
두 가지 이유로 화가 난다. 하나는 대화를 주고받지 않아 쓸데없이 이야기를 길게 느리게 하는 것. 또 하나는 그 밥버러지들의 쓰레기 같은 날붙이와 나의 검을 동일 선상에
Scrap metals to my blade. She really likes a blade, huh?
뭐 분을 참을 필요가 있나 시게.
For me not to proceed with her oof. With her oof. Yeah, she can't tell us anything if she's dead. Ryoshu often shows bursts of emotion in the most unexpected times, but at least she listens when I ask her to, which is a relief.
자세히 보니 다르군. 복장도 전혀 다른 식으로 통일되어 있고.
Oof.
특히 자네는 누구지? 요란한 시계를 달고 있군. 째깍거리는 게 전부인가?
Loud timepiece.
그는 우리의 관리자요. 그대에게는 그의 목소리가 들리지는 않을 것이요.
익숙한 내음이 묻어있는 말투로군.
Familiar.
내가 전전에 오던 구역에서도 나의 말투와 흡사한 친구를 많이 보진 못했다.
Even in the districts that I have resided in, have I not met fellows who speak as I do? Hmm?
말투는 그렇지. 하지만 선택하는 단어의 면면에 익숙함이 보여.
Speak as you do indeed, yet I sense familiarity in your choice of verbiage.
19구. S사 출신인가?
Oh? Oh, okay.
도망했으나 출신은 그러하오.
Though I have fled, that is where I hail from.
그런가. 도망이라. 고향 사람들은 늘 처지가 같군.
This is the first time I'm seeing this shaded over, this expression, where half of the face is literally hidden by the shade of black. Perhaps meeting someone from the same home district helped. The woman visibly relaxed before slumping down on a nearby chair. Her breathing was labored.
나의 이름은 이상이라 하오. 그대의 상처를 치료했지.
귀하에게 은혜를 입었는데 행동이 볼품없었군. 미안하네.
Wait, is that actually a graphical bug? Oh. Korean to Korean communication. Hello, Mistrix. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream. Can we name the new NPC? Can we keep her? We can feed her like the seagull from Counterfire.
앵도라고 불러주시게. 검을 다루는 게
앵도.
살수를 맡고 있어.
Definitely not a bug. Yeah, that seemed a little intentional. Is it Engdo or is it Angdo?
앵도라고 불러주시게.
Engdo라고.
검을
Okay.
다루는 게
앵도.
살수를 맡고 있어.
I'm Salsu from the lineage that deals in blades.
단테, 이번엔 이상 씨가 이야기를 잘 풀어가 줄 것 같은데?
Looks like you can sit back and let him handle this. I don't know, that feels like a yellow flag. You know how red flags symbolize death? For me, yellow flags symbolize, oh, something's about to go wrong. I nodded, replying quickly to Rodia's whispers.
19구. S사에서 도망한 자라면 우리를 알고 있겠지.
Then he must be aware of who we are.
저작거리의 소문에 박진 않으나 대강은
Also on the streets.
그대들은 어딘가에 매이지 않고 자유히 돌아다닌다고 알고 있었는데
To whence do
어찌
you flee?
도망인의 처지라고 말한 것인가?
사정은 말하자면 길 것이고 그저 새로운 터전을 찾아야만 했노라고 말할 수밖에.
For us to thrive in.
소상한 사정을 읊는다면
Ingdo.
우리가 도울 수 있는 부분이 있을지도 모르지 않은가?
Perhaps there's aught that we could do to assist should you deign to impart us the particulars of pursuers. Ingdo shot a sweeping glance at all of us. Her eyes appeared heavy with crushing exhaustion.
하긴 그들을 전부 해치운 자들이라면 어느 정도의 실력자일 테지. 우리 우두머리와 친구들의 수급은 그들 후군에게 현상금이 걸려 있는
Oh.
상태다.
Okay.
항쟁 수준이 아닌데? 단순히 땅 따먹기가 아니라 원한이라도 걸려.
That sounds more personal than in your usual turf war.
탐관오리가 넘쳐나고 민생이 어지러운 것은 과거나 지금이나 19구의 가장 커다란 문제.
Not gonna comment on it, but I feel like the Limbus company writers in Project Moon might have taken some heavy inspiration from some IRL country. I don't know, guys. I just have a feeling.
그러나 S사
Yeah, this ain't a bug. I
이제는
don't think
살피며
so.
농축산이 되어버린 그 날개의 행보에 그저 무해를 단련하며 무인의 길을 가려는 우리 같은 자들이 무얼 해볼 수 있는 것도 아닌 게 현실이지.
Known as hey, name drop. Salpipio Agro Industries or S-Corp.
그러니 저를 미워하는 우리 같은 중은 떠나는 선택지만 남았던 것이다.
Ah, thus we have departed from our home.
S사 민초들의 고충은 여전하구려.
새로운 터전을 찾으러 떠난 길이었으나 정착할 곳을 찾는 게 이미 남의 영역이 된 곳에 발을 디디려 하니 당연히 우리는 다툼의 대상이 될 수밖에 없었고.
In the back streets, right?
그러던 중 우두머리가 가져온 초대장이란 걸 통해 도서관에 들어가게 되었던 기억이 있네.
Oh, huh? An invitation to enter a library of sorts? Yeah, pretty sure we discussed that in Canto 4. We definitely did. We definitely did. We definitely did. Virgilius, who had been sitting quietly with one leg over the other on a chair far from the rest of us, visibly reacted. I think I remember that the word library always got a genuine reaction out of Virgilius. Hey, library of Runa.
기억이 있다라는 말은 다소 어색하구려.
You have the memory.
분명 그것은 후군의 손이 닿지 못할 것이라는 이야기를 듣고
Okay,
도달한
so
곳이었지만
that happened. Alright, so their spat with the Kurokuma clan was happening before they got to the library.
실상 그것도 싸움
Hello, Lazy Cat. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. But all we had done was lead ourselves into another field of battle. Handily defeated.
그리고 어느 순간 이곳 T사의 골목에 있게 되었다는 이야기요. 그 방식이 워낙 기묘하니 기억이 있다 정도로 답할 수밖에.
But an expression just as odd. All of a sudden found ourselves stranded in the back streets of T-Corp.
김사카도도
Kimisaka Dodo. Dodo. Oh, what?
김사카 너도
Kimsaka. Is it Kimsaka or is it Kimisaka Dodo? Mentor Bamboo Hatted Kim. Bamboo Hatted Kim. They really gotta describe this person by them wearing a bamboo hat. I suddenly widened mid-sentence. Engdu. Was it Engdo? Is it Engdu leaped from her seat?
우두가 아직 빌딩에. 용진 빌딩으로 가야 하네.
Yongjin?
조심하시게. 그렇게 격정적으로 움직이면 봉안사.
뭐야? 죽었어? 혈액이 부족한데 압력은 높아졌으니 쇼크가 오는
Would
것도
cause one to
우리는
faint.
아니죠.
She's merely
기절할
lost her
것뿐입니다.
consciousness.
그래도 관리자님이 예상하신 대로 무언가 정보를 가지고 있긴 하군요.
용진 빌딩. 이곳에 향해야 하는 이유가 있다는 건가?
Oh, it was Zhongyi. Was it Zhongyi? From the League of Nine. I thought, wait, this sounds similar to somebody in the League of Nine, but I guess not. I suppose you have some business there then. Maybe, but I'm not sure. I don't know what this has to do with our mission, if any. But maybe it's that library that we should...
비상. 앞에 칼 들고 설치는 검은 사람들 엄청 많아.
Like loads.
매피 다치겠다. 승객들 출동.
Protect Miffy.
흑운의 후속 인력들인 것 같습니다, 관리자님.
Oh. Well, what can we do? We'll have to think about this later. For now, let's take care of the reinforcements. Oh, this guy is also slash, but inflicts paralyze and protect. Reverse slash, force strike. Okay. Alright. Well, don't mind me. Yes. Might as well go all in for these guys. No, actually, since that would be better, now that I think about it.
받아볼 텐가.
Hello, Femcap Warriors, welcome to the stream, how you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. The Yakuza fighting Korean swordsmen in the back alleys of Birmingham. Birmingham. Truly a city moment. Understandable. You know what? Understandable.
정확하게.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
여기가 네 약점이다.
And we bring him in. Birmingham. Not him trash bags. That should take about 2 and 1. Okay. Yeah, that to be good. Burning hat.
빈틈 구성이고. 스틸레이터.
Oh man.
그렇게 서 있으면
차라리
Didge. Even more reinforcements. Okay, yeah. There's your target. More people. Nice.
일기당천.
Perfectly charted.
좋아. 코이.
전력으로 상대하마.
전탄격발.
Wait, let's- What? Okay, I thought that was like a half joke, half serious statement, but Birmingham? The trash collectors have been on strike for about a year, so there's mountain of trash bags all over there. Okay. Huh. Overcharge. Overcharge to this.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이
정확하게.
떨어질 수밖에. 전탄 격발.
자세가 무너졌니?
Unmorsalt keeps overheating.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만
Hello,
그
Pregasina.
귀중한 경우의 수에
Interesting
들어가지
name.
않고
But hello, welcome to the stream. How you doing?
잘
Hopefully you've been having a good day.
놀다
You need to have a good time on
회수하지
stream.
않은 탄피는 팁이다.
The uninvited. Clear within. Fair enough. Let's enter.
불로
Yep.
정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyways. We might as well do this.
짝패군요.
빈틈투성이군.
I do think building up the sanity is quite important before I switch over. It's quite a bit of blood count.
받아볼 텐가.
Let's go! Whoa. This is gonna be interesting. As in, this should target everybody. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sure.
받아볼 텐가. 이것밖에 못하나. 전력으로 상대하마.
Go! Absolutely getting decimated.
전탄 격발.
빈틈투성이군. 스틸레터. 빈틈투성이군.
Last match of enemies. That should be it. Oh, okay, more enemies, but still. Alright, come on, activate that.
받아볼 텐가. 이것밖에 못하나.
Very nice closing. Of course, I always love it.
지키기 위해서 너도 누군가에게 맡겨졌겠지만
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에 감사하도록.
Nice. Nice.
빈틈투성이군.
Yep, just one last person. Venerate his ass.
네,
Venerate his ass.
정확하게.
이것밖에 못하나. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
We return to the boss after dispatching the Kurokuma clan members that attacked the boss. Oh, who's that? Is that LCCB Clay? But the after department, only to be greeted by an unfamiliar face. There was a woman sitting in the foremost seat of our bus.
이상하군 길잡이. 분명 논의되지 않은 손님은 들이지 말아야 한다는 말을 들은 지 1시간이 지나지 않았는데.
Not even an hour ago, in fact.
외부인에 한해서라고.
No outsiders, to be exact.
눈앞에 신분이 버젓이 쓰여 있지 않나?
I noticed that she was wearing a familiar uniform with the logo clear embezzled on her chest. Are you from the LCCB?
LCCA다. 시계 관리자.
The after team, Manager Clock. Literally called Manager Clock. Right, I could see that she was wearing a red that's the fun game with being guess the gender. Wearing a red emblem on her shoulder.
이 사람 관리자님 말이 들리나요?
안 들려. 태엽 소리를 번역하는 재능도 없다. 그렇게 멍청한 느낌으로 고개를 까딱이고 있는데 모르는 게 더 힘들겠군.
With the blank, stupid look they were giving me.
무슨 말을?
Don't you have the common decency to Monsieur? Ishmael scowled about to tell the woman off until she called and connected us. Maybe she suddenly recalled her old attitude.
나는 클리어 부서 애프터팀 소속 일반 작전 2과 알파 팀장 카이만이다.
Team leader Cayman. Limbus Company Clearance After Team Normal Operations Unit 2. I don't think I've ever seen anyone from the After Team in person.
그야 우리가 개고생했던 걸 꿀떡하는 놈들이니 눈에 띌 리가.
말은 바로 하지 길바닥 출신.
뭐?
애프터팀은 너희 같은 목숨 버리개들이 깽판 쳐놓은 현장을 정상화시키고
Okay.
수 있도록 수습하는 매우 수고스러운 일을 하는 팀이지.
Aye, quite tongue lashing, huh? Sweeping in to pick up the spoils. No, we do the very difficult work of sweeping your stinking shit under the rug.
저희가 목숨 버리게라고 불리나 보죠?
그뿐일까? 목숨 버리게 범퍼카.
The most expensive build in the world, meat shields.
얻어걸린 또라이. 더 있기는 한데 그게 지금 당장
Maniacs with more luck than they deserve, and then some. Oh. I mean, okay, I get the you know what? Okay, I get the attitude to a certain extent. Like, there has been multiple mess ups, to be fair, and somebody has to take care of it. But oh boy, some of the accomplishments do weigh out.
이 새끼가 말하는 꼬라지는 계속 그따위일 거냐?
특별히 고칠 이유가 없다면 고치지 않는다. 내 지론이다.
Here's my personal philosophy: to be stubbornly set in my ways unless I'm given a good reason to change.
앞뒤 가리지 않고 황금가지를 회수하는 게 일이라곤 하지만 그 뒤에서 개같이 구르는 사람을 생각하지 못하는 반푼이에겐 더욱 고칠 필요가 없지.
About people who have to clean up after them.
그쯤하지, 카이만 팀장.
욕짓거리를 하러 온 건 아니었으니까요. 상부의 작전 명령을 하달합니다.
From the head office. Gaiman produced an envelope, opened it, and pulled out a paper from within. She began to read it aloud.
LCB의 T4 황금가지 탈환 작전 이전에 추가적인 임무를 하달합니다. 하나, 해당 구역 근처에 발생한 뒤틀림을 제거 혹은 확보할 것.
Eliminate or secure the distortion in the area.
둘, 해당 위치에 있는 검은 비석 모노리스를 확보할 것.
LA from the same side. Monolith? What's this now?
뒤틀림? 이미 뒤틀려 있다는 뜻인가요?
모른다. 이 추가 작전은 LCC가 관여되어 있지 않지. 나는 그저 T사에서의 업무를 처리하다가
I was
전달
merely
임무만
ordered
받은
to relay
것뿐이다.
this information to you as I happen to be taking care of some other job at T Corp. Wasn't the entire plan they had to carpet bomb it? I have Oh, right. Yeah, for the giant whale.
우리의 임무는 황금가지의 탈환뿐일 텐데 언제부터 우리가 심부름꾼 해결사 노릇을 주문받았지?
지금 주문받았군. 그리고 황금가지를 배달해오는 너희가
Richard
특별히
boy on your team.
심부름꾼과 다를 바도 없지.
Oh, okay. Now this is basically where the personal feelings are very much showing and telling. Because on paper, that's all we do, but we do a lot of shit to get there.
확실히 알겠네. 애프터 팀이라는 곳은 성격 더러운 사람들만 들어가는 곳인가 봐.
Rodin grumbled like she was imagining a department full of Cavens. Cavens quietly took a sweeping look at the complaining sinners, then approached me.
시계 관리자.
Yes?
뭐라고 말하는지는 어차피 안 들리고. 당신이나 당신 졸개들이나 아직도 뭘 모르는 것 같아 친절히 설명을 몇 개 해주겠어.
Cayman crossed her arms and leaned against the bus seat as though she was about to start a lecture.
LCB는 분명 황금가지를 가져오는 게 임무다. 그건 맞아. 하지만 림버스 컴퍼니라는 회사의 목적이 황금가지 탈환이요라고 말하고 다니는 건 문제가 있지 않겠나?
Some company specializes in retrieving the golden bowls would be stupid, don't you
그게
agree?
당장의 벌이 수단이 되지도 않고.
It's not exactly the most lucrative business, if at all.
그건 맞는 말이네요. 사실 궁금했거든요. 이 회사가 대체 무슨 돈으로 돌아가고
Yeah, we
있는
don't get
건지.
told shit.
뭐 돈은 걱정할 필요 없다. 오히려 차고 넘치지. 지금 이 회사에 부족한 건
Well, the company really likes, however,
대외적인 입지와 명분이다.
is public standing and a cause. A
림버스
cause?
컴퍼니는 그 명분을 뒤틀림에서 찾기로 정했었다. 뒤틀림 현상이라는 게 아직 도시에서 체계적으로 관리되는 건 아니거든.
Oh, okay, like how Fixer's office specialize in certain things. But they need a... wait, why do they need a cause? Public standing and a cause. What, did you just make good impressions upon different corporations? Is that it? A nest. Faust told me some time ago that it hasn't been long since the distortions began appearing in the city.
림버스 컴퍼니는 대외적으로 뒤틀림 현상 전문 처리 및 방역, 또한 현상의 연구를 하는 집단으로 도시의 이름을 알리는 중이다. 그러니 다방면으로 관련 활동이 필요한 상태지.
In more ways than one, that is.
뒤틀림 현상이라는 게 꽤나 골치 아픈 상황이라고 들었던 것 같긴 하네요.
아직도 이 현상을 누가 명확하게 정의한 적이 없다. 그러니 전담하기를 꺼리고.
Jump into dealing with this new phenomena blind.
뒤틀림을 전담하는 협회가 발족하려는 동향이 있다고 들었지만 그건 어디까지나 협회. 림버스 컴퍼니는 기업 차원에서
Association.
그걸
We
다루는
intend to
것이다.
deal with it on a corporate level. Ah. Also, less enemies helps. Right. I don't think that was ever stated anywhere, but
그래서 그게 우리가 뒤틀림을 조져야 하는 이유가 되나?
되지. 회사 가장 높은 곳에서 내린 명령이니까. 길바닥엔 그런 게 없었나 보지?
don't they teach you how to follow orders in the slums?
안 되겠다. 그냥 오늘 머리 부수고 끝장을 보자 너.
관리자,
Come and ignored Heathcliff, who was visibly fuming, and turned to face me. People would start investigating when a company doesn't have a yeah, makes sense between corporations.
지금 이들에게 내가 대하고 있는 태도, 나아가서 회사에서 이들을 어떻게 취급할지까지. 그건 결국 관리자의 선택과 지도에 따라 달라질 거다.
With that, she produced an envelope from under her hand and handed it over.
하지만 뭐 선택은 자유니까.
At the end of the day, though, the choice is yours.
저들 말대로 원래 LCB의 임무인 황금가지만 고집해도 상관은 없다. 그런다고 너희 고기방패들이 회사에서 쫓겨나게 되진 않겠지.
Kick you any meat shields out.
물론 그 선택이 수감자들의 처우를 결정하겠지만.
Oh. Okay. Alright. Corporatocracy. Virgilius listens quietly, his eyes
그럼
shut.
가보겠습니다. 붉은 시선. 다음에 또 보죠.
그러시지. 하지만 그때 또 본다면
I'd prefer if you watch your language, even when you're just like, alright, come on. That's my job. Don't take away my job. Fucking Virgilius is like, that's my job, alright? Let's calm down. It's not that I choose to interpret it as that, okay, that's my job, giving them a tongue lashing. You don't need to do that.
이렇게 보여도 내가 당신이 말한 이 고기 방패들 결잡이라서 말이야.
These meat shields are still under my guidance. So try not to disturb me as well,
뭐 그건 관리자에게 달려 있겠죠. 그럼 실례하죠.
She left, leaving nothing but the awkward silence behind. No one does the dead things for charity. And going for distortions gives us the excuse of distortion experimentation capital funding.
갔냐? 그 재수 없는 새끼?
After that brief moment of quiet, everyone began sighing and complaining as though they'd just been ungagged.
듣고만 있는 것도 꽤 힘든 일이네.
I thought I'd soften my temper with age.
나이 먹고 성질은 다 죽였다고 생각했는데.
Still, good way of keeping things non-violent, guys.
하지만 틀린 말을 하지는 않으시던걸요?
숨은 의도를 간파해야 할 필요는 없으니 생각 정리가 편리했던 것 또한 사실이다.
There's no need to unnecessarily read between the lines. I had little trouble understanding and organizing my thoughts accordingly.
뭐 그렇게 생각할 수도 있는 거겠죠. 아무튼 그 인간 말 맞다나 회사가 시키는 일은 또 할 수밖에 없는 거고요.
We do our jobs, exactly.
명령을 수행하는데 특별히 첨언할 말도 없군.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I try my best to cheer up the sinners as I open the envelope she left behind. Not much of note was in there. One old-fashioned walkie-talkie, a bunch of signed and stamped paperwork, and... Huh? Mission location. Yongjin Building.
결발하지, 카론.
Brother, you predicted some of this, huh?
마치 베르. 좋아. 감이 온다. 삐릭삐릭. 출발. 부릉부릉.
Brum brum. Judging by the lack of surprise, both Carol and Virgilius already knew where to go, and the bus took off.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군. 잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는
Keep any bullet casings I missed. Consider them a tip. Huh. Anyways, let us continue. 5.517 to Yongjin Building.
자, 판 돌아갑니다.
Hey, if anyone of you are enjoying the stream, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton, and I really appreciate all the support I've been getting. That's what I wanted to say. Anyways, right.
빠르게 처리하지.
Nice.
이것밖에 못하나.
Staggered. Right, why not? Maximum 8. Huh. That gets offset, so it's fine.
정확하게.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
Nice.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고.
I mean, we finally got some company orders other than just to take the golden bows as it is. So that's a good thing, I'd say. Okay, that's done. Use the other one later.
당신 짝패군요.
바람 불어오는데요.
Instead of hoping, we fear the notorious 5%.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터. 허술하군.
I mean, it's not even that high in many cases, though. Right, staggered. Let's go. Is it always 11 enemies? I guess it is. That would be 2 trigger marks, 1 trigger mark. Yeah, just in time. Definitely just in time. Would have been useful to know earlier.
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에 감사하다.
Right, spend 1. Now we're done. 2 causing. We'll get attack up next turn, I think.
지킬 게 많거든.
The only enemy left. Nice.
전력으로 상대하마.
I did not know that actually, Thumbcat Boris. I thought that used up something. Her counter can delay Kozen? Yeah, I noticed that just now in this fight. I did not know that earlier. Alright, I'll be sure to use the counter a little bit more now that I know that. Never too late, right? The Yongjin, not Jongyi. The Yongjin building too. I need to read more, not gonna lie. Some of us definitely do. Bored Mephistopheles, something continued to nag at the back of my mind during the frequent stops and combat encounters. There was this one thing I just could not understand. This is pretty much expected from Virgilius at this point, but Virgilius, if you already knew where we were going, and why would it hurt to tell us for once? I muttered to myself while looking toward the back of the bus where Engdu slept. She was still out cold. I've read too much, not gonna lie. Come on, Faust, I legitimately think that this is something we have to talk about. Can you please relay my question to Virgilius?
그럼 내가 말하지. 갈등은 때때로 필요한 법이다.
Some friction is necessary.
길잡이.
You there, guide. Auris relayed my question, then began to share some of her own grievances with Virgilius. A lot of her own. Oh my god. Hello, John Quavo. I just forgot to welcome you earlier, but still, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time.
뭐 사실이다. 이미 무전으로 세부적인 내용은 전달받았지.
Most of the details through the radio, okay.
미리 말하지 않은 이유. 상황에 몰아놓고 학습해야 깨닫는 인재들이라 굳이 먼저 말하진 않았을 뿐이다. 어차피 먼저 말해봐야 반발심밖에 더 생길까.
You're the kind of people who never learn until the problem comes crashing through your front door.
그래서 관리자 이번 일을 거부할 생각인 겁니까?
How could I? They're already treating us like dirt. If I refuse this, I can't imagine how much worse it'll get.
그럴 순 없겠다고 생각하겠지.
I couldn't tell from the way he's looking at me that he already knew what I was going to say. I can tell from the way he's looking at me. I misread it. I'm starting to wonder if he really can't hear me.
마침 손님께서 계신 모양이군. 카론의 감으로는 정확한 위치를 잡을 수 없으니
Can only take us so far.
좋겠군요, 관리자.
Caron's intuition. Again, this would have gone much smoother if we had been told where we were going from the start, but like always, Virgilius felt the need to add comments like that before shutting me down and turning away. He'd already closed his eyes.
내가 가서 상황을 설명하겠소.
Right, Yisang, go ahead. Yisang got up with an awkward smile in an attempt to clear the air. After some time, Yisang seemed to have successfully explained our circumstance to Angdu. She was standing next to Keron, trying to give her proper directions. She had also told us that, as long as we assisted her with the mission, she wouldn't mind us taking the black stale for ourselves. Black stale. Still.
여기서 오른쪽. 저것들이 벌써 진을 저렇게 치고서.
People dressed in Kurukuma clan's garbs were wandering around the building, standing guard before its entrance. Poor girl caught a pointer direction.
내려야. 김사관님. 뒤틀림은 시간을 오래 끌수록 제압하기 어려울 것입니다. 저희도 빠르게 빌딩으로 진입하죠.
As soon as possible. Angdu had already leapt out of the bus and was rushing in with a weapon drawn. We quickly followed suit. Another fight. I mean, it is finally. I do think I'm liking this so far, because we finally get some actual company common sense instilled into us rather than just most of your mistakes will be forgiven, even though you're in the fucking city where shit gets wrecked all the time. You're still somehow fine, even after making terrible even after having very major consequences to the mistakes you made on your missions to acquire those golden powers. So even though the sinners are not liking it, of course, I am absolutely happy to see that we are getting a reality check from some of the higher ups, and maybe some of the co-workers, so-called co-workers. Okay, that's done.
당신 짝패군요.
Cat on direction right first. Let's go ahead with this. Okay, activate skill 3 if you would really want to use it. But anyways. Nice.
일기당천. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고
Bruh.
꺾어 제쳐라.
Bruh.
아무것도 남지 마라.
8 HP left. Oh, come on.
허술하군. 자비에 감사도.
이것밖에 못하나.
Nice. Since that's done, right, brother. Start using the skill. I mean, these guys are already kind of dead, so yeah, no point in using anything else for the most part.
당신 짝패군요.
바람 들어오는데 짓밟아라.
3코.
Nice. 2 Kozen does the job. I mean, 3 Kozen does the job
빈틈투성이군.
for the most part.
스틸레터. 허술하군. 자비에 감사도.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
All right. Now only 5 more to go. Wait, that would take 3 bullets to... Oh, this is perfect. This is actually legitimately perfect. Legitimately perfect, actually. Hold up. Hold on a second.
빠르게 처리하지.
3월. 앵화.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Nice.
우리는
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에 감사도.
전력으로 상대하마.
전탄격발.
Lovely.
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지.
빈틈투성이군.
Right. Unrelenting spirit. And now we coin it. I mean, now we run it with this and it's gonna become a little absurd, nothing else.
받아볼 테니까.
자세가 무너졌니?
Well,
자비에 감사도.
전력으로 상대하마.
and we're done. Defeated henchman.
이놈이 마지막이었던 것 같군.
피냄새. 방금 솟아오른 것부터 잔뜩 늘어붙은 향기까지. 직접 보지 않아도 다양한 혈흔의 콜라주가 펼쳐져 있겠군.
I'm excited to see this collection for myself.
이자는 아무렇지도 않게 잔혹한 생각을 하는군.
I just want to muse us about the next meal.
아무튼 이제 안으로 들어설 수 있겠군. 어서.
Move with haste. Engdo did not hesitate for a second before disappearing into the building's entrance.
아이, 시키저랬다 깬 지 얼마 되지도 않았는데 대단하구만.
정신력이겠지. 우두머리가 잡혀 있다면 저럴 수밖에.
What other choices does she have when her superior is captured?
그런데 6층밖에 안 되는 건물을 빌딩이라고 부르기도 하나 보네요.
And then just six floors, building and all.
네. 뒷골목에 사는 비교적 흔한
In the,
일이죠.
it's a common naming convention in the back streets. Gotcha. I looked up toward the rooftop of the building Hong Lu was looking at and suddenly grew curious. What time is it right now?
거울 줄까?
My head doesn't actually tell the time, you know.
현재 시각은 오후 2시 10분입니다.
2:10 in the afternoon. 2 in the afternoon. It's not midday, but it's not supposed to be this dark, is it? How is it this gloomy and dark at 2 in the afternoon? I'm starting to lose my sense of time in here.
여기가 유독 심한 것 같네. 뭐 연기 전쟁 때와 비교하면 애교 수준이지만.
It's still bright as a sunny day.
그건 그렇지.
T사의 뒷골목은 줄곧 이런 상태라고 알려져 있습니다.
Perpetual state of murkiness.
기계가 계속해서 돌아가면서 연기를 지속적으로
Heavy
배출하는
plumes of smoke which cloud the skies.
더욱 매캐 보이게 만들죠.
And the constant color drainage keeps the back streets of T Cope dark and dreary.
물론 이건 연기 전쟁의 결과로 제약이 걸려 많이 적응된 모습이지. 이전에는
Oh, so it was much, much worse during the smoke wars. Due to the various extenuating prohibitive conditions introduced by the outcome of that war that limits the production of smoke before the war. Okay, we get it. We hurry toward Angdu's urgent cries.
검기 쪽에 아직도 부를 사람이 남았을 줄이야.
뭐야? 벌써 다 해치워 놨네?
잔챙이들이요.
They were nothing but meowling minions.
어째 하나같이 위로 올라갈 생각은 못하고 실력도 안 되는 것들이 깡으로 덤비기만 하더군.
An electric buzz of the sorts played from the radio I had stashed in my clothes. Is someone calling this radio? The sound became much clearer when I unfolded the antenna from the radio.
여기는 LCD. 다 들리지? 들려? 대답! 빨리!
LCD? The voice coming from the other end of the radio was upbeat, to put it mildly, and very chaotic. Okay, I just have to press this button, right? Well, I'll talk, but it's not like you can hear.
진짜 째깍거려. 이럴 때가 아니지. 어차피 전달만 하면 끝이니까 굳이 대답할 필요는 없어.
Just don't bother responding, yeah? Okay.
그러니까 한 번만 말할게. 너희가 회수해야 한다고 전달받은 모노리스, 그 검은 비석 말이야.
The monolith, okay. Blank Stele, okay.
지금 그 위치에서 모노리스의 활동 신호가 엄청 강하게 나오거든? 사람을 강제로 뒤틀리만 시키는 신호 말이야.
That signal can force people to distort for your information? Sorry, what?
강제로 뒤틀림하를 시킨다고?
Huh?
그거 전부 흘러나오기 전에 빨리 회수해야 해. 알았지? 이건 또 뭐야? 미안. 여기도 일하는 중이라 바쁘거든. 길게는 말 못 해주겠다. 암튼 급하다고 분명히 말했다. 이상 전달 끝.
Over and out. The call dropped before any of us even had the chance to say anything. She's pretty lively, huh?
한가롭게 감상을 말할 때냐?
Let's crack on.
저
Commonless behavior.
엘리베이터는 고장난 것 같아요.
I think the elevator is broken.
그대들도 급해질 이유가 이제 충분해진 것 같군. 이대로 층계참을 돌파하는 것이 좋지 않겠는가?
The rise to the stairwell, what do you say? We don't have a choice. Come on, let's go. I put the radio back in my pocket and began running up the stairs. I kind of don't want to know who she is. The story will introduce her naturally, if she's relevant enough. But out of curiosity, I'll ask whenever she's relevant. Yes. Mentor and fellows. Insufficient and Keflin. Sure, use my box. Thank you. Man, I'm gonna have to use lunacy at the end of this. Bro's tired, just climbing some stairs. The Youngjin building, second floor.
이거 얘들은 싱거운데 오히려 계단 타는 게 더 힘들잖아.
Not the Kurokoma clan, guys.
이상하군. 그렇지.
어?
어리바리한 것들 투성이지 않은가?
Clearly don't know what they're doing.
어째 우리를 막아내려 자리한 것이 아니라 밀려 올라가기 싫어하는.
Perhaps they were afraid of retreating upstairs. They might be just shy of finishing this with that box. Ah.
설마.
Engdu's expression darkened. Maybe she had an inkling of a bad omen.
우두머리라는 자가 걱정이 되는가?
Don carefully sided, almost read that as slided. Wait, sidled. Oh no, this is. Maybe my reading comprehension isn't doing too great, guys. Don carefully sidled to. Is that supposed to say sidled? Wait, hold up. Let me actually look up what the heck does sidled mean? Siddle.
Sidle.
It's called sidle. Okay. To move sideways. Alright. Sidle. Sidled to. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, sure. Engdu's side with a sympathetic expression.
그럴 수밖에 없어.
김사카시라는 분은 어떤 사람이었나요?
Bamboo hatted Kim. Engdu appeared conflicted, as though she was having trouble organizing her own thoughts. She shook her head inside.
늠름한 사람이었지.
Do we have the time for this?
지킬 것을 지키고 또한 죽일 것을 죽였다.
Kill the wooden.
검계 안에서도 실력으로 줄을 세우면 반드시 손가락 안에 들으셨고.
One of the most skilled swordsmen within the lineage. Yep, the bamboo-hatted descriptor is extremely important, guys. By the way, just saying.
말수는 적으셔도 자기 조언할 사람은 끔찍하게 챙기셨지. 그 결정만 없었더라도 우리의 친우가 이렇게까지 궁지에 몰리는 일은.
Sinclair half opened his mouth, apparently curious about what that decision might have been. But he soon realized this was probably not the time to pry and quietly closed his mouth.
어떤 상황이든 빨리 올라가 보는 수밖에 없나?
No choice but to make haste. Then we have no choice but to make haste with her. Project Moon always makes me learn new English words. 11 and how many 11 enemies are we going to be facing? I'm assuming quite a bit of said 11 enemies. Yeah, do this. Hopeless. Wait, why? Oh, paralyze. I mean, at that point, I'm not gonna hold back. I am not gonna hold back. Another one. Yeah, that should be good.
당신 짝패군요.
I think this is the last instance of 11. Right. Hey.
나만의 항해 방식.
Oh right, I forgot that the that changes. What's it called? What's it called now? The base ego lines change after they canto, so I legitimately have not looked at other lines like for Gregor the eagle eye. Thank you. For Gregor, Rodia, Sinclair, and as well as the Yisang. I need to look at the 4 of them. Like, what was their previous line and what is it now? Gregorodian Sinclair's hasn't changed. Oh, has Yisang's changed then? I mean, only Yisang's changed then, I should say. Oh, Ishmael started the line change. No, I mean, Ishmael, they used to say that's that bastard still has to be alive. Thumb capo. Yisang isn't changed either. Utter to me to what you think is ideal. I mean, we could quickly check right now if we had the means to. Hold up. Yeah, sure. I meant the first person is. Alright, just to verify, we'll check it right now. Because why not? 2 trigger mark, 2 trigger mark. 1, 2, yeah. That should be good. Bruh. Oh, this can delay it, right? Maybe check Ishmael instead? No, utter to me what you think is ideal. Yeah, Yisang's one hasn't changed, because I clearly remember this being the case even in the what's it called, Arknights event. When I had only just done the prologue. And Ishmael, I remember clearly. The ego line was that bastard still has to be alive, and it has now changed to I'll chart my own path ahead or something like that. So they started doing it. And by the way, you can save the Kozen if you move to the next turn, which is very nice in my opinion, just saying. Or if everybody dies, let's just say. That will do 2 and then 3. Yep. So Ishmael started the trend. Yeah, I always use the Yisang for the haste. Alright! Wait! Isn't it Yisang's base ego very advantageous for this ID? Because my guy does want the haste. Yeah, I've just not been using the base ecos until it's absolutely necessary. So that's another part of the ID's kit, or the Sinner's kit, you could say, I have not been synergizing with. But good to know. 246 and every single enemy eliminated. 3 of them at least. I'll remember to use his ego after building up some of the sanity and stacks. I made it finally using Enrishu! Is that true? Which distro? Congratulations, my guy! That's something worth celebrating, the Switch. I mean, of course, the first few months are going to be pain like me, but welcome to the other side. Welcome to Penguin Land. I'm so happy that in my stream I have finally managed. I'm so free. Let's go, brother. Let's go. That was the first thing I got when I switched to Linux after getting this PC. Ah, it felt so freeing. You can finally do shit you want with your PC and not be like, are you sure about this? Or remind me later. You can actually say no to changes. The freedom is crazy, and it's also very alluring. like, I have been using since the start of July. I've been using Linux, right? My distro is Catchy OS. I love it. Very prepackaged and improved Arch Linux, in my opinion, because they actually do patches for your AMD CPUs. It's a very gaming-focused CPU, but the improvements they do to the actual Arch Linux kernel is very nice. So it shows up actually more benefits than just running it in a virtual machine to get an idea. No, you can't remove Edge. It's very important. Ah. Okay. Yeah, build this up. No. See, that's the thing. When you switch to Linux, it's a bit of a culture shock. Cause you know, Callan Murphy, if you wanted to, you can run a command. It's sudo rm and rmf, I think, and you can also add like another suffix to it with like no preserve or something. It will legitimately nuke your entire fucking system, everything, all your files, all the drivers, all of the applications, and proceed to delete the OS itself if you wanted to. Like, it'll just ask for your password because it's a sudo command. Sudo command is basically when you're running something as a privileged user, super user, short for super user. So it'll just you have to enter your password once, and then voila, you deleted your entire operating system. Congratulations. There are some Linux shenanigans that you have to get used to, and some things you have to look out for. But like, after you're getting used to Linux and how some commands work, and sometimes, you know, forcing yourself to read some things it takes a bit of getting used to. But after you're like used to the ecosystem, it gets so easy to what's it called, fiddle around with. Sometimes you'll have your own issues, but you're more closer to the developers of the actual distributions, and more people will be willing to help you for what you want to accomplish because of the nature of open source. And if you're especially, and there's a difference between immutable distros. So while we do this, let me just give you all a short little lecture on, I think there's mainly two types of distros. There's immutable ones, so, you know, kind of like Mac OS, where everything is locked down. So those are good for, those are the differences between, first of all, you get a lot of shit ton of distros, and it's your preference to decide what works for you, right? So you have the power of choice. Then in two general philosophies, there's, okay, this is a lockdown distro, so you can mess it up, and it's good for beginners and for people that just want to benchmark stuff, and testers and other people that just like that sort of philosophy. And then there's the other one. You get to do your own shit, have at it, here's the tools, and it will be based on a fast rolling release model. So basically, I'm using Catchy OS, which is a forked version, a modified version of Arch Linux. And Arch is famously known for I use Arch, by the way, meme, but aside from that, it's famously known for having the Arch user repository, where you can just download a bunch of programs from. And yes, that the second thing on Linux that you never do is you don't go to a website, download the exe file, and then try to run it. That's like the worst case scenario thing you'll attempt to do. So before that, you actually try to go through your distro's repository. So basically, you'll use a command, a distro-specific command to install packages, which is basically software. Install them on your computer, but it's either improved by the distro itself, or it's in the AUR's case, it's an extension of it, where users can package the software themselves and then upload it to the AUR. I know some of this may not make sense, but that's the point. And because of having a rolling release model, shit gets updated almost every day. There's a lot of updates, and usually the first updates that do come for like any software and stuff like that is actually tested on Arch Linux and the distros that have a fast rolling release model. And we report the bugs that some of the software or versions may have, and then the other distros that have a scheduled update kind of thing, you get those improved versions. So you get to use the latest and greatest features of all the softwares, and you get to be the first person for updates, which is always nice, in my opinion, of course. Hold up. And it just works out really well for gaming. Like, since I've installed this, I haven't had to fiddle around with any game installing things, because most of my games, it's like, I'll just do them on Steam, right? And using like Proton, you just simply download something. It'll automatically do your game. In short, just be sure not to use the native Linux build, because the funny thing, the update's optional, not forced on you. Cough Windows. Yeah, the updates are optional. It's just when something stops working, you can, hey. But there's a principle that says not every update does a good thing. True, you can freeze updates on your system. Like, there's nobody telling you, oh, you gotta update. It's just then by the nature of being a release model, a lot of shit gets updated together. So do try to avoid, like, okay, I haven't updated my Linux system for like 3 months and then I update one specific software. If you have to update anything, the general recommended way is to update everything. That's how you do things on Arch-based distros. Like, that's the trade-off there. Origin of Sin. Interesting. Like, you can use the same Arch install and not really update anything if everything works well for you for like a year. But when some things start quirking out or breaking, that is when you'll have to update your whole system and stuff like that. That's one of the just something you have to deal with for the fast rolling release model. Because of the nature of how modular Linux is, so sometimes it would be like, okay, the whole rest of your system is like a year old, but the new update you performed on, like, let's say OBS, now this requires an updated version of like another piece of software or package. So without dealing with the hassle, you may as well just upgrade your entire system. So yeah, but you can pretty much easily lock down updates and not update at all. It's no big deal. It's just you'll be missing out on fixes and stuff like that for software, because Linux and open source is constantly improving. Oh, a random encounter. Wait, what? Oh, distortions. Right, distortions. What's the stop update and where can I get it? It's just, that's the thing about Windows. There are solutions to certain problems on Windows, just nobody really researches or knows about it. And people are even less inclined to when they have to open up the terminal on Windows and do some shenanigans in the terminal and some things in the registry. And that's why. Okay. Yeah, use this. Use that. Use that. And that's good to know. Rimachi. And fun fact, from some of the gaming, I mean most of the gaming benchmarks available on Linux, the funny fact is, for most games that have been benchmarked run better on Linux than they do on Windows. And that's using the fucking Windows build of the game instead of the Linux native build. Just because of how great of a thing the Proton translation layer is. By Valve. The less I have to use the run command, the better. It's such a treat to the open source community, because finally gaming is a reality. Of course, ignoring the kernel level anti-cheat in your code. Most games will just straight up, if it's especially on Steam, most games will just straight up work out of the box. And for other games, you'll have to follow a bit of a setup, but it isn't too hard to go through.
빠르게 처리하지.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 다 죽어라.
Like, you can look at the FPS benchmarks and I can only consider Linux as better as the longevity of the system itself under normal conditions. Okay, Pectulum Irie, Pectulum or Citatus. We finally get these things, huh? Evolved forms of these Pectulums. Also, new Pectulum. Like the distro I use, of course, I'm going to be shouting it out from the top of this terrace, but is CatchOS, and it's a gaming-specific distro where normally, you know, most distros will be working on the software side and, you know, improving compatibility for hardware and stuff like that. But CatchOS is like one of the few who will actually be looking at your AMD CPU microcode and patching it to improve it. How expensive was Linux? The nature of free and open source means zero, nothing, nada. You just install it and you're done. That's the nature of it being open source, buddy. Free and open source, I mean. Boss software. I remember some dude using a high-end PC to play Roblox on Linux and reaching 500 FPS. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, the beauty of uncapped frames, to be fair. It isn't something you buy, it's just something you download. And if you like the software, and it's contributed to your life a lot in software freedom and stuff like that, if you have the money, you can donate to the developers, the ones developing things in the open source community. And that's how we run things here. And if you're like, okay, I have some knowledge here that I could help to contribute to the software, or I can report a bug, go ahead and do that. It's very much a full community centered around helping each other. And you get used to this attitude pretty quickly, I'd say. Using the basic command. It's still good. Okay, that's 2, right? Yeah, that's 2. Set that up. It is generally recommended before you settle on a distro of Linux. It is generally recommended to set up a good dual boot partition. There's guides for that. So basically, you can switch back to Windows as soon as something goes wrong in Linux. So maybe you're not satisfied with the distro that you had your eye on. Just so you're able to try a bunch of stuff and then use a distro for like a month or 2 weeks and then decide, okay, is it truly worth it to fully switch now with everything I have? To create backups and stuff like that. That's generally heavily recommended.
받아볼 테니까.
if you can.
올인이었나요? 지키기 위해서.
And I will say, if it's built-in consideration for the OFS, yeah, fair enough. And I will say, like, do be on the lookout. So some of the gripes before anybody mentions up, Adobe software is not going to run. Like, fully online. Because the nature of there is some software where people have managed to make it work. I think I heard about Adobe Software Suite getting used somehow through some janky implementation in some other distro, but that was the last I heard of it. But yeah, Adobe software is not going to work. Kernel level anti-cheat games and some other apps may not work, so you may have to look, especially for those, look at open source alternatives for it. Not Adobe Photoshop, the Adobe suite of software. Did we just fight the Pectula?
맞습니다.
여직 봐왔던 면면들과 다른 생김새요.
From what we have encountered before.
심화된 듯한.
Grown more acute.
최종의 다음 형태입니다.
They are evolutions of each Pectula.
사람마다 담아온 죄에 따라 최종의 질이 달라지니 형태는 다양할 수 있습니다.
The kind of Pectula one transformed into depends on the types of sin that one has embodied in life. What? So it is no surprise that there may be variations to them. It's based on sins?
하지만 여태 이런 형태가 나타났던 적은 한 번도 없었는데요.
황금 가지를 회수함에 따라 최종의 성장이 촉진되기도 합니다.
Could have expedited the Pectula's growth process.
그 가지 뭐가 연관되지 않은 걸 찾는 게 더 빠르겠어.
Our job is starting to look a lot more serious.
아니 그러고 보니 이 죄종이라는 거 뭔가 죄를 상징하는 거였지.
Kind of sin, right? Sin. My thoughts grow distant all of a sudden. No, the sinners grow distant while my thoughts draw nearer. Their voices grow muffled. The word sin feels oddly unfamiliar today.
자신을 잃고 원본의 모양을 상실한 모습으로 보이는구려.
Their original forms are now forgotten to oblivion. Self.
뒤틀림이라는 것도 비슷한 거 아니었어?
누구는 뒤틀림이 되고 누구는 죄종이 되고.
I wonder what the difference is. I think I know. Planted in the hearts of all our seeds with ever-present potential to bloom. I love how Dante's filtering words out. Planted in the hearts of all our seeds with ever-present potential to bloom. The Well of Humanity from Lobcorp?
관리자님?
Hello, Lobotomy. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and you have a good time on stream.
뭐라고 했어? 파우가 설명하고 있어서 겹쳐서 안 들렸는데.
계속하자면 극심한 스트레스에서 자신을 유지할 수 있게 된다면 그건 뒤틀림으로 발전하고.
Evolve into a distortion and when the light of that day descends upon the hearts of every human, blooming the seeds buried deep within. When the light of that day descends upon the hearts of every human, blooming the seeds buried deep within. What is bro monologuing about? Brother, have you been getting influenced from Carmen? What happened? Dante?
관리자님?
If one's... Huh? If one's... What? Of course with the censored word. Come on. Oh my god, though, it's the white square box. If one's sense of self? No. No. If one's self is... No. Thing is, I can read like 90% of this. Is that the white retain? If one's sense of... I don't know what that is. Devoured by their sins, they are reborn in the form of the... sense... If oneself is consumed... Devoured by their sins, they are reborn in the form of pectolum. Their image reflecting... Okay, I don't know what this is. The... Yeah, I wouldn't know anyway, but I would be really curious, like after catching up with Limbus, just going back and looking at some of these white boxes and, you know, hearing people's theory about them when I'm caught up. Like, what could possibly be fitting over here? It'd be awesome to see. Dreamt by those who are nothing. Their image reflecting the no, humanity would not fit. Image reflecting the...
단테, 괜찮은 거...
Huh? If one withstands the changing, probably. The image reflecting the state of the world or something? Dreamt by those who are nothing. Huh? Dreamt by those who are nothing? What do you mean? If one withstands the whatever changing distortion, but yet their sins catch up with their sins, the heart may change?
뭐야, 시계 대가리. 갑자기 무게 잡고 뭘 중얼거리는 거야?
심각한 소리가 나는데 저분 의체 머리에 무슨 문제라도.
With that prosthetic head. Yet if one seeks to bear the burden of come on. May as well not show this. Something about the boxes, it's always the exact amount of words. Yeah. In context to the boxes, yeah. If one withstands Carmen's shenanigans, yet bears the burden of the sins, the heart may change. Yet if one seeks to bear the whatever it is, coloring the world with their color, the sin shall paint the world in the paint the world in the color of the original hearts.
그걸 말하려는 것이요.
Ego? Yeah. And in a world perceived through their own ego, the shall be unveiled to their egos melt into paint one letter is too long. In a world perceived through their own lens, something, the shall be unveiled. The truth, the well of humanity, shall be unveiled to the source of the... What the fuck? The egos melt into whatever by the original sin. It was named the original sin, wasn't it? The fuck is... I mean, sins is... It's a constant theme in Limbus Company, but the fuck would be the original sin in the context of Limbus Company? I mean, Project Moon's world?
말투도 뭔가 저희 할아버지... 어? 관리자님, 머리!
They're starting to talk a bit like my grandfather. Huh? Grandpa?
관리자님, 머리가 불타고 계십니다.
Head's on fire.
오, 불꽃. 진짜 터질 것 같은데요?
Only those who can define their own self.
야, 저러다 쟤 죽는다고. 뭐 방법이 없어?
The origin of sin? Probably? Only those who are awakened to their own worth?
뜨겁소. 관리자 나리의 머리에 있던 불은 뜨겁지 않아서 그저 장식이라고 생각했는데.
Oh, the head is actually flaming up.
파우스타 씨, 그때 이야기했던 자폭 장치가 작동된 거 아니에요? 이 열기를 보면 정말 모든 걸 녹일 것처럼. 원리는 같습니다. 단테는 황금 가지를 통해 본사 지하에 심어진 묘목의 뿌리와 연결된 상태로.
Now we finally get a fucking confirmation. The operating principles are the same. Dante is via the golden boughs connected to the root of the sapling, planted in the subterranean area of the headquarters. I want to say a wild guess. These roots, these golden boughs, are connected to Carmen's nervous system, and that's what it is. It's legitimately these branches of her nervous system the basically given form, the purest potential, by using the Veil of Humanity she was experimenting on in Lobotomy Corporation. That's my current theory. Because man, do the Golden Boughs do some whack shit.
가지고 나발고 저 새끼 불을 꺼야 할 거 아니야.
물! 누군가 물 없어? 뭐라도 부어서 식혀보면.
Sometime later.
정신이 드는가?
My eyes, if I had eyes, that is, opened slowly. I was lying on the ground, surrounded by the sinners. What happened?
기억을 못하는 것이요?
I guess I don't. I do remember walking up the stairs and suddenly feeling really dizzy.
관리자님.
Alright, let's not, lazy cat.
반드시 수리 받으십시오.
Get that looked at as soon as we return. Huh? A workshop? Did I malfunction or something?
무슨 기계 다루듯이 말하기는. 어차피 지금은 어떻게 할 수도 없는 것 같고.
Not here.
복귀 후에 이야기 나누시죠. 우선은 활동에 지장은 없는 것 같습니다.
Engdo, where is...
이미 올라갔어. 궁금한 것도 걱정되는 것도 많지만 상황이 급하니 우리도 합류하는 게 좋겠구려.
Yeah, okay. There was a lot I didn't understand, but since we're in the middle of an operation, let's deal with this first.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제
Origin of
가을을
the
내려준
sin.
아이가
Oh.
없어졌지?
Oh.
다시
Oh, hey, would you look at this? Would you look at that? Dark cloud. Insufficient and Keflin. Alright, so what do I do? That is why this Intervello is important. Okay, what's the daily count? Free lunacy is used first. 26? It feels a bit like a waste, but... Alright, sure. Sure, why not? You can oh, it gets more and more expensive. I guess the costs get outweighed because it's like one stage clear.
알고 침식도 양호.
And you can only refill your sanity like 10 times by lunacy.
이건 또 왜 고장이 나서?
Why? This have to break. Why now? Gosh. There was a nervous-looking man on top of the stairs on the uppermost floor of the building. I can immediately tell that this man was unlike any other foe we face in this building.
나는 조용한가? 가만히라도 있어줬으면 좋겠는데.
He kept looking into his pocket watch as though he was expecting something awful to come out of that door.
저자는
흑은혜의 복장과 유사도가 높다. 관련된 인물일 가능성이 크고.
He's a relevant individual in this case. It is possible to extrapolate from his outfit that he's of higher rank than any foe we have defeated on the course to this location. Thank you, Mursold.
그렇다면
Before I even had the chance to suggest waiting for a beard to come up with a strategy, Angdu was already charging at the man.
내 놈 분명 흑운회의 부조장이랬다.
뭐야?
내 놈들이 그렇게 바라던 검계 수급이 지금 앞에 있다. 검을 받아라.
애들은 전부 치우고 올라왔나? 마음 같아서는 그냥 안에 상품이 있는데 그럴 수도 없는 노릇이고. 아, 열받네 진짜.
The merchandise is still in there.
상대하는 것 말고 방법이 있나? 이름이나 묻지. 나는 준이다.
Jun.
네 놈이 쳐부수고 올라온 것.
Kurokumo clan captain.
앵두 검을 다루는 게 살수. 우두머리 김삿갓의 부하.
The hallway before the door falls silent. It is as calm as a winter dawn. The two warriors, blades drawn, begin to take cautious steps. It's as though they are attempting to gauge the distance between each other. There was a sudden flash. When I came to my senses, the pair had already suddenly swished sides, facing away from each other. The outcome of this clash...
야, 뭐냐 이건?
앵두 씨!
appears to have been Angdu's defeat. She fell to her knees.
아니, 뭐 제대로 시작도 안 했다. 저렇게 지쳐 있는데 잘도 달려들 생각을 하는군.
She's been fighting the Kurokuma clan henchmen on the front line before we even had the chance to catch up. No wonder she's exhausted.
중상에서 회복한 지도 얼마 되지 않았습니다. 무리를 했군요.
She has overexerted herself.
너희들도 덤벼들 거냐? 이렇게 많은 인원은 아무리...
As Jun rested his blade on his shoulder with an annoyed scowl, I could tell from his singular clash against Angdu that he wasn't going to go down easily. Well, I don't like that we're all ganging up against this one guy, but...
겁나게 째깍대네. T사에서는 이런 시계 의체까지 돌아다니는 건가?
Clock-shaped prosthetic fashion or something.
아, 시계. 야, 저거 맞는 시계냐?
맞겠냐? 저건 그런 용도의 시계가 아니야.
어? 그러면 뭐하러 모가지를 갈아 끼냐? 쓸모도 없네. 그럼 너희 중에 시계 갖고 있는 놈은 없냐? 이 애물단지 또 망가졌단 말이지.
The sinners wordlessly begin to surround Jun.
없어? 아, 손목도 다 비어있네. 아, 제정신이냐? 시계도 안 갖고 다닌다니.
Without a timepiece.
있다고 한들 그대에게 말해줄 의리도 없네만.
짜증나게 하는구만. 어차피 뒤도 없어. 나도 이 안에 들여보내면 곤란해지는 몸이라. 빨리빨리 덤벼. 더 기운 빠지기 전에.
Anyways, time to read. 10 enemies. Protection. Paralyze. It's the standard normal shenanigans. Let's build up some charges first. That one. Yeah, sure.
빈틈 투성이군. 스켈레토.
I wrote in regardless of your skill 3, get your charges up. I think that's the most important thing here. Might start spending some bullets as well.
당신 짝패군요.
Let's see. After this fight, I'll probably go up and warm up some water to drink, to be fair. Nice. 2 more.
일기당천.
자세가 모르면 그렇게 서 있으니 자비에 감사가 떨어질 수밖에.
Try my best.
허술하군. 자비에 감사도.
Painless mercy. Well. Right. Time to spend some bullets, shall we? Add 1 more coin per... Okay. Alright. Add 1 more coin per surviving ally. If target has bleed, deal bleed damage. If target has more bleed, coin power, / fragility. If target has bleed, coin power, paralyze, a shit ton of bleed, and count. Combat start, apply / damage up to all allies, including this unit. Gain 2 / damage. Power up. Wait, that's 4 / damage power up. Sky cleaving cut. If the main target has +10 bleed, attack weight +1. If this unit will use +5 attack skills this turn, final... If he uses 5 attack skills, his final power is +5 on everything. All allies heal 10 SP. If target has +7 bleed, deal more damage, more bleed. More damage and more bleed. Rules up the back streets. Add 1 more coin per surviving ally. So that's 3 more coins on this. Just 2 / damage, so it's 20% more damage and +2 to his rolls. Okay. +2 to his rolls. It's... Yeah, add 1 more coin per surviving ally, so that's 3 more coins, so that's 4 coins. So that's 8 on 4 to be 12. With an attack weight of 45, okay. And it also heals every ally's SP, gotcha. Interesting. Anyway, Sinclair, I don't think you're gonna be doing much over here, but I still hope that you won't disappoint too hard. It's like a truck. Yeah, since this is not a focused encounter, fair enough, fair enough. You don't get much choice, do you? Because of it's just not... Sinclair will have a bad time. Ah, it's fine. Oh, he attacks quite a bit. Okay. Well, Gregor's dead.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니고.
Let's see. Ooh, right, Ishmaeligo. That should help a bit.
일기당천. 이것밖에 못하나. 이것밖에 못하나.
Hey, come on. One more dead. One more dead.
게 많거든.
Yeah, go ahead. You'll get cozened.
한눈 팔지 마.
You'll get cozened.
메마른 당신에게
Get out.
파도는
Out of my
반드시
sight.
밀려올 테니.
Staggered. Now get cozened, buddy. Goodbye. Anyways, we're gonna read the rest.
전력으로 상대하마.
정확하게.
Picture done with all these MD buffs ready to rules of the backstreets here. Right, fair enough. I can definitely see this being a hard fight in
이제 대화를 좀 해보지.
what's it called? What was it called? Right, Mirror Dungeon. Man, my brain is not working that well. Also, I need to drink water. So I'll be right back once I warm some water up. Be right back, guys. Right, back in about a minute or two. I should be able to get some things. Damn, we really need to be remembering these codes. Yeah, you're gonna have to remember some commands here and there. You can also look up commands. Like, make a short little notepad about important commands you're gonna use every day. Then use them when the chance does come up. That's how I started on Linux. Because to an extent, you have to interact with the terminal. If you want to ease into the experience, then you'd already be used to, because not everything is going to have a graphical user interface. And even if things have a graphical user interface, it may not have the full functionality of a command line interface. When you want to do stuff, you're really fiddling around with your system. Now let us converse for a moment. Engdu seemed to have recovered somewhat as before. She bound Jun with a rope before throwing him to the ground.
고작 부조장이 우리에게 내려진 현상 수배의 이유를 알 거라 생각하진 않는다. 하지만 마치 보호라도 하듯이 우두께서 있는 곳에 문을 막고 있는 연유를 알 수가 없군.
Protecting our mentor from us of all
내
people.
놈만이 아니지. 이 건물에 있던 후군의 놈들 전부가 위로 올라가는 걸 필사적으로 막고 싫어했지.
아니, 그러니까 피해자는 우리라고.
무슨 의미인가?
이거 진짜 짜증나네. 애초에 우리는 너희를 추적하거나 배는 일하고 상관이 없었어.
None of my business.
범죄 현상금 걸린 조직이나 단체들이 한둘도 아니고 얻어 걸린 김이었다는 거지.
I run it was just a coincidence.
그냥 우리는 엄지에서 내려온 명령에 따라서 여기에 있는 검은색
Like Stella here, that's all. By the thumb.
곧 다른 곳으로 배달해야 하는 상황이라 가뜩이나 민감한 시기.
Also pretty soon.
검개놈들이 나타났다. 갑자기.
나타났다.
Out of nowhere.
그런가? 우두께서는 이곳에서 깨어나신 건가?
Oh.
너 뭔가 아는 거냐? 애초에 사람이 어디서 그렇게 툭 튀어나올 수 있나? 특이점이라도 쓴 줄 알았는데. 그리고
Thought they were using a singularity or something.
애초에 너희가 이길 싸움도 아니었어. 우리는 수적으로 훨씬 유리했다.
그랬겠지.
범죄놈들 중에 멀쩡히 싸울 놈이 3명쯤 남았을 때까지만 해도 문제가 전혀 없었어. 그런데 갑자기 그 대장놈의 눈이 희번덕거리더니 짜증나지만
One slighted slaughter. Hello. Hey, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream.
뭐? 그럼
그래. 검개고 오리고 주변에 있으면 전부 죽여버렸단 말이다.
Cut through everyone.
그러니 뭘 어떻게 할 수 있겠냐? 우리가 나는 부조장으로서 애들이 죽는 걸 막아야 했고
The guy.
결국 내가 문을 막고 아래 애들을 배치하는 수밖에. 아 짜증. 이게 뭐냐 대체? 손가락 한두 개로 끝날 사안이 아니잖아.
Aang just struck the back of Jun's neck with a swift precision and dropped him to the floor.
앵두군 이미 생포 환자를 이 안에 들어서려 하면 귀찮게 굴 것 같아 잠재웠을 뿐.
To enter that door while he was conscious.
후드를 만나야겠어.
얘기하는 거 못 들었어? 주변에 보이는 건 죄다 썰고 있다며.
그럴 리 없어. 단테 이야기를 종합해 보면.
That, yeah, I agree. There's a powerful aura coming from behind that door. I can sense it. Engdu's hands tremble as they wrap around the doorknob.
전투를 준비하지.
김 작가님이 그럴 리 없단 말이야.
She slammed the door open, only to come face to face with the distortion. Well, okay, this could be rough for you. That's what I feel.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이
The bamboo hated Kim, one enemy, passive sanity, everything.
사무소 놓았네.
Enter.
불로
Hit
정화하고
6.
깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
People, please tell me it's an encounter. Yongjin Building 6th floor office.
어찌 된 것입니까? 우두. 이건 우두의 검술 아닙니까? 이상은하며.
Bamboo hated king. It's bamboo hated king? Oh, sorry, bamboo. Bro, I mispronounce it so much. Oh my god. Oh, okay, now I get it. It's bamboo hatted Kim, but you know, when I was setting up the thumbnail for the stream, I was almost calling him bamboo hated Kim. I was like, huh? There's a sentient bamboo here? Soon I'll also call him bamboo hated Kim. Oh my god. Bamboo hated Kim. These new techniques.
이들을 우리의 친우를 해야 한단 말입니까?
What is
말이 통하지 않을 것 같군.
attempting to communicate seems futile. Pitch black flames linger behind this man, and she called bamboo hatted Kim her mentor. Not bamboo hated Kim. Man, it's a sad story. He distorted because he was getting too much hate from the bamboo. What can we say? Something had devoured him. There was something in his eyes. Fiendish malevolence. Fiendish malevolence. And I could definitely sense it. This was the distortion.
그리 짐승처럼 울고만 있지 말고 말을 하라는 겁니다. 말을.
야, 다가가면.
Bamboo's bullied him. The distortion unsheathed its blade in the blink of an eye. It sensed that something had entered its range.
죽이겠다는.
피하세요!
Bamboo's bullied him, big sad. As Youngdo stood there confused, Sinclair urgently hurled himself in the direction. In that brief moment, the distortion blade descended upon them as though it bisected the very space they inhabited.
이미 싱클레어 군도 범위 안에 들어갔구려.
And we have no choice but to suppress it. We tensed up, sensing the changing atmosphere. We slowly raised our weapons. Distorting bamboo hated Kim. What the fuck, bro? Is this what it feels like to be dyslexic? I read that with so much confidence, like I was pronouncing it right. Aye, brother is poise stacking. Aye, draw off the sword. And he's a negative boss. Aye, gotcha. Bleed. Poise. Bleed. Damage up. Bleed. Paralyze. Bleed. Paralyze. I mean, some people here do love paralyze, but I don't think that may be the case. But okay, every single thing does poise instead of slay. Where you can actually stop him from gaining at least one poise. Gain one poise and one poise count. Inflict 3 bleed. Slash damage up and slash resist down. Okay. Oh, inflict slash resist down next turn. And slash damage up next turn. Okay, gain 4 poise on the evade. Don't let him dodge, win the... Yeah, win these ones. Gotcha. Also try to stop some of the bleed. Any passives? One passive, but Damage level up, defense level down. Damage level, attack stat up, defense level down. I mean, his sanity is 0. Increases after losing a clash based on the... Increases after losing a clash based on the clash count. Base value is 4, raised by 20% per clash count after 1. Hello, Bliss Curious. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Base value is 4, raised by 20%. Raised by 20% per clash count after 1. Decreases after winning a clash based on the clash count. Base value 6, raised by 10% per clash count after 1. One of the first of its kind. Bruh. Okay, so what does it mean by 20% per clash after 1? So okay, so is the key to keep him at like 0 sanity? Is that what it is? Win some clashes, then intentionally also lose some clashes? To keep him at a balanced 0 sanity? 20% of 4, right? Okay. That's... Yeah, that's 1. So he'll... Oh, so he'll increase his sanity by 1. Oh, right, because he has minus... Oh, right. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. Hello, River Justin Marks. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time. Right, you really don't want to go into the negative sanity. And you go into the negative sanity. Then he wins clashes. Okay. Okay, that works out. I was like, wait, what the fuck? That doesn't make sense. Too bad managing won't matter. So 20 clash head to get -4. Because a certain someone is too good at his job.
나중에 이야기할까? 지금은 기분이 좀 그렇네.
Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. Now I'm getting it. This guy's the nightmare of early singing team. It shouldn't be too bad. I mean, if that's the case, might as well use Rotia to not fucking attack. Oh, I mean... Okay, how much? She does inflict sinking. Even on her normal ones. She does inflict sinking. Even on her normal ones. If I keep... Wait, if I... Let me read it real quick.
지금은 기분이 좀 그렇네.
Gain equal to SP of this unit's max HP. Gain Ds. Alright. There's the counter. Blitzing. Pride. When an enemy appears, my sinking team comes to a screaming halt. Hello, people. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully, you've been having a good day. Continue having a good time on stream. Okay. Since we are to win these ones, I mean, we kind of want to win every clash, to be fair, and avoid the poise, because the poise being the bane of somebody's existence is something. Offset. Alright. Alright, buddy. It's either you offset it. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Offset it, and then it won't get offsetted as much as I would like to. Hello, Limbus Library Corp. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time. But I will say, like, here's the stagger meter. If we can ramp it up, we should be able to do something, at least. I hope. Should be able to do something. Bruh. I mean, if that's not gonna work, don't mind me. You gotta at least win these clashes. Okay, Rodian, you can at least win these ones, because everything else here is like on use. Come on. Ah, bruh. I wanted some paralyze. 556. Ah. That's the disadvantage of having this speed. Okay, who's getting targeted? Ishmael. With the bleed. Should be fine. And Nisang. Okay, hold up. Ishmael's getting double whammied in this point. At this point, but we do want to win this though. The thing. Alright, Ishmael, go with this. He can survive a negative coin. Should be fine. Alright, team, let's see. Well, right, don't let him win clashes. Remember, don't let him win clashes. Gregor, come on. Now's not the time, buddy. Now's not the time, buddy. Let's go, Isak. No. Okay. Yep. Another one. Let's read. Gain poise, paralyze. Overthrow. Gain 3 poise upon counter win. That's poise, bleed, slash damage up next turn, 2 slash resist down, 2 paralyze, but and a shit ton of bleed. Of course. Oh, slash resist down. Slash resistance down by 2.0. It's still on endure though. It's getting to weak territory now for Gregor. Who else? Alright, okay. Alright, come on, Ish. Win something. We need you to win, really. think it was in the... What was it? Yes, lash resist down. This one and this one. We need to win those two. Alright, come on. Ah, fuck. Hopeless because of the paralyze. Neutral. Okay, let's see. That can hopefully evade it. It's struggling, but let's say we have a chance. We have a chance. We have a chance. Yeah, I think that's about it. It's gonna get targeted. Counter. Please win Ishmael. Please win. Struggling. I mean, it's 2 negatives, so I'll just not even take it at its front, but I get it, because it's 2 negatives, right? Alright, I still need to... I mean, that's neutral. That's neutral. That's neutral. Hey, Isang. Come on. Fucking Christ. And we're getting staggered tonight. Okay. Thank you, Isang. Ah. So burst a little. Hey, come on. Bring him back. And then bring him back. And then not bring him back. Bring him back and then not. Oh, let's go. -20, bro. Still hovering at -20. Paralyze. Gain growing resentment next turn. A damage dealt by the skill that activated the counter skill. Bleed. Boys. Okay, growing resentment. What is this? Yield my flesh. Next turn, X is equal to damage dealt by the skill that activated. Damage dealt by this. When this unit has a relevant buff, gain growing resentment equal to damage taken. Equal to... Wait, huh? Equal to damage taken? What? When the unit has a relevant buff, gain growing resentment equal to buff taken. Sorry, equal to damage taken. How does that interact with the rest of his skills? Passive is still not yet unlocked. Growing resentment next turn. And it means damage dealt by the skill that activated the counter skill. Is it times growing resentment? So he'll just get a shit ton of resentment if you deal a lot of damage to him. Right, because it's a counter. Overthrow, slay. Let's see. Yeah, win a favored one at least, Isang. I'll appreciate it if you could. Go with the neutral one. That's also neutral. Okay, who's this targeting? That's gonna hit Isang. If that's gonna hit Isang, hold up. Might as well go with Isang's second skill. Hopeless. You know what? Get yeah, get a struggling. Then don't trust favorite as always, of course. Rodia, I'm gonna trust that you'll be able to deal some more damage to at least, yeah, get paralyzed, buddy. Win this clash. Win this clash, please. Please. Okay. This is the best I can do, really. I'll try to use the skill ones only. For the most part. Isang, thank you. Get him to positive sanity. Yes, thank you. What the fuck? Right. Don't clash too hard with the guy, or else we'll start losing. Ah. Well. Bro is about to go at minus. Okay, paralyzed. Panic resentment. Rupture. 29. Growing resentment. Gain. Okay, gain resentment at turn start if to claim your bones is in the skill slot. Remove growing resentment at turn's end. Claim your bones. What does this do? Okay. So he yield my flesh to claim their bones, right? No, I get it. 50 shield, 3 attack weight, 25 power, negative skill. If the shield isn't fully depleted, clash power +5 to become a fucking 30 roller? Inflict 3 slash resistance down, and that's 0.1 plus per stack, huh? 100% damage on critical hit, and of course he'll crit your ass with poise. Inflict bleed and more bleed. If the shield isn't fully depleted, divide growing resentment value by attack weight and inflict it as fixed damage. Fixed damage? That's the shit I get in my mirror dungeons with ego gifts? And of course, he's still going to use the... Oh, he's only using... Okay. Ah, these two are staggered. What in the fuck is this? Wait, is he got in higher speed? What the fuck is it clashing with? Oh, bruh. No. Ishamel. Ish. Fuck. Brother, we're gonna need to win fucking something, come on. Bro has not gotten to act at all. Offset that. Again. Rotia, your only job is to... Well... Can't even say what is your job, because... Oh, yeah? Why is she dealing 99.90? Because of the... Is it because of the paralyze? Right, because she's my... I can't even... Do you just leave it aside? What the fuck do you even do then? How much is it? We're gonna be struggling on everything here. That one's done by Yisang. Just pray you deplete his shield before he uses it. So we still gotta attack, right? That's what you're telling me? Well then, I wanna offset the evade. So it doesn't get used, at least for the poise. So this guy... Ish and Rotier. So we are mainly betting on Rotier to be able to at least deplete the skills, deplete the shield. And Ish with the Kozin. Alright. Fuck it. Brother? Brother? Well, brother's cooked. There goes our brother. Come on. Kozin. Kozin did something! And Sinclair's dead. And of course he goes after the... Okay! Staggered? Hopefully? Fought it. I mean... Eh? Rotia soloed. Growing resentment. Alright. Since he's staggered, might as well get him to... Alright, so, what the fuck? How the fuck do I... Hey Greg, what does your ego do? Inflict 6 of burn, bleed, tremor, rupture, and sinking. I don't think we want sinking on the guy. But at the same time, I kind of feel like we want it, because how much is your normal one gonna do, brother? Even though you're minus on, you're on minus here. I wanna... Rotia is the only one that is left to damage the guy. Fucking Christ. What the fuck to do? I guess just damage, really, because I don't know if this does higher damage than Gregor's ego. Yeah, she would become a bit worse. I think this is... I don't... Alright, chat, do tell me... Trust the plan. I kind of want to use Gregor's ego, not gonna lie. But at the same time, that's on here, right? And that's a bunch of status effects.
전장에 집중하는 게 좋겠군.
That's your skill 1, buddy. Yeah, not use normal skill. Alright, try my best. We didn't really do much. Come on. Of course, also didn't do much. Oh boy, we're back. We're back. Oh lord. We're somehow back, but everything's hopeless and struggling for some damn reason. Don't ask why, but it just is. Fucking Christ, bro. Clash win. Neutral. David. But you want the slash resistance though. Wait, go for the paralyzed, because we don't want to be paralyzed. Now, do we? Gregor, just take the hit. I can't really say anything else on that. Just take the hit. Brother. We need to hit this threshold. It's 189. We need to somehow do 200 damage to the guy. Poise, bleed, poise, bleed, damage up, bleed, paralyze, poise, bleed, slash damage. How does it feel being something that will exploit a sinking thing? Team. I mean, this guy would already inflict a shit ton of things. Wait, okay, Ishmael, if you don't do that, at least only Yisang is getting targeted. Actually, that's a relatively good idea now that I think about it. Honestly, that's a relatively good idea. Of course, he isn't gonna do shit. Might as well clash with this one just so Gregor can do stuff he wants to do. Right, yeah, Gregor. Have Ishmael's thing become an unopposed attack. Because we still need to defend against this. I mean, there's Yi-sung. Where are you, buddy? I don't think your ego's in the right place to be used. 2 attack power down. 2 attack power down is... It's kinda tempting, not gonna lie. It is a little bit tempting, at least. What's the passive? Right. What's the passive of Yisang's ego? Let me take a look. When hit by an enemy, gain 3 bind next turn and deal 20% more damage when attacking with a type of affinity the target is weak or fatal to. Making him roll 2 less would help. That's dominating. Okay, if I don't do that, it still goes to Yisang. This one, inflict bleed. I mean, Yisang, just defend again for your life. That's all I can really say, buddy. Genuinely, just fucking defend for your life and hope for the best. Alright. Alright, come on.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
2 attack power down. Come on! We're so close! Gregor's dead. Okay, maybe not. Ah! Okay, just one more stagger. Come on. Just a bit more damage. And he's attacking that guy exclusively. Fucking gonna pause attack the guy then. Because I don't think we have the capacity to offsetting that. Damn evade. Yeah, do that. Ishmael, you could at least do a Corzin after this, so... Ishmael, I believe in you. Go! Go, Ishmael, go! Just don't clash if you can't win. I mean, Ishmael's ego would win here. Because look at this. This is completely dominating. And that would save Yi-Sang from dying a little earlier, right? Because after she wins... Look at the power, guys. Like, come on. After she wins, she'll be using Corzin. Because... that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's better to get this off here. I'm taking a calculated risk. That's all I'm saying, guys. Alright, Yi-Sang. Thank you for your sacrifice. Also, Gregor, thank you for your sacrifice. There we go. Probably should have let Gregor do an unopposed attack, to be fair. Alright, Corzin, come on. Corzin! Fucking dead, let's go. See, I knew it. I knew my odds first try with 2 units specializing in sinking, baby. Let's go. Like I said, when you know your odds and you actually fucking calculate and read, you can win even the hardest fights first try. I mean, of course, I can attribute most of it to IDs being carried, but still. IDs carried. Hey. Alright, might as well make module out of everything. Corzin's such a good skill. See, that's what I said. That's what I said. It's awesome, man. Yeah, we'll go with this team. Come on. Current average. I mean, I'm not really gonna be using anybody else, to be fair.
마지막까지 발버둥 칠 수밖에.
He uses a team with 45 flashing egos. Yeah, he'll probably murk certain teams. Bamboo hatted Kim kneeled and caught his breath. Something began to shimmer behind him. A mirror dungeon of the fathoms.
같은 곳이다 그거지.
Ding dong spa and fries, huh? Owen Burks, Cracker. Owen Burks.
이미 들어갔군.
He has already entered the dungeon.
저거 따라가야겠지.
Yeah, we were ordered to secure the distortion as well, so... An immense heavy sensation emanates from within that space. That monolith has to be somewhere in there too. Let us follow. Well, she was clearly dumbfounded by the turn of events. I could tell that she was determined to see this to the end. We had nothing more to add. Also, I just remembered I needed to get me some water. My bad. I'll be right back. Which is annoying as the Blade Lineage packs has some godlike gifts. Especially for... It avoided some of his growing resentment. Fair enough, fair enough. And I could tell she was determined to see this to the end. We had nothing more to add.
진입하겠습니다.
Advancing.
이건
S사의 모습이구려.
This place has taken the likeness of S-Corp.
단순한 S사가 아니지. 심상이라 했나? 김 작가님의 기억이
Affecting this place.
알고 있는 것이 있는가?
Is there aught from his past that you are aware of?
아니, 자세히는 모르지. 주워 듣기만 한 이야기로 그분의 과거를 읊을 자격은 내게 없기도 하고.
And to add even more to the sinking dump story, since he has sanity, it won't be dealing damage to him, just sanity damage. Nothing in detail. I don't believe I have the right to divulge a depiction of his past based on heresy either. Hearsay, not heresy. Ongde continued in a more morose tone.
이 빌딩에 갑작스럽게 등장하셨을 때
Ah.
아마 우두께선 별탈 없이 흑운회를 베어 넘기고 계셨겠지.
I don't suppose he had much trouble cutting down the Kurku clan henchmen.
우두와 함께 다니던 인물들 모두가 뛰어났고 아무리 흑운회 같은 규모가 큰 조직이라 해도 간부가 아니고서는 조직원의 수가 많았어도 조끼 백은 혼자서 쓸어 담을 능력이 있으니. 하지만 주변인 모두가 김 작가님만한 강함이 있는가 하면 그건 또 아니지. 그분과 우리는 하늘과 땅만한 차이가 있으니. 끊임없이 몰려드는 흑운의 놈들에게 친구들이 하나하나 당해갔을 것이오.
His fellows must have fallen one by one before the endless onslaught of the Kumo clan henchmen.
그 모습은 제법 과거와 비슷한 구석이 있었으리라 생각이 드는군.
And I cannot help but imagine that this sight must have reminded him of a rather tragic event in his past. Ah.
김 작가님은 그 장면에 마음의 동요를 크게 일으켰을 테고. 뒤틀림이 일어나기 좋은 조건이군요. 모노리스의 영향이 스며들기도
Manifestation of distortion. He was in a very receptive state to the monolith's influences as well.
그렇게 검기가 되신 것인가?
Beholden to his blade like a fiend. We remained wordless and advanced as Engdu despondently muttered to herself. Well, unfortunately. Anyways, 3.5 hours of the stream, huh? It was all silent save for the sound of our shoes lightly pressing into the soft soil beneath our feet. Hey! New dungeon layout, and it's a single long one. Oh, okay. This looks kind of like Mirror Dungeon. Bamboo hatted Kim's Fathoms. We find a vending machine at the entrance of the Dungeon of Fathoms. We see rows of buttons on the vending machine. What should we do? Poise / keywordless. I kind of want a poise one, but I don't know if it's the poise I'm thinking of. Is it the nebulizer? There's a / ego gift. I think I kind of want the keywordless one just to see what it is. Don't mind me, I'm just yawning. Press one of the buttons on the bottom row. Yeah. But hey, that's nice. Illusory hunt. I'll remember that, I guess. Also, get into as many events as I can. Five. Yeah, we got 6. We got 6 people over here. Wait. Oh, it's only 6 people, of course.
자, 판 돌아갑니다.
Based off Kim's the Cat, a famous Korean poet who was often seen wearing a straw hat similar to the BHK waves. Ah. Interesting. I mean, these should be pretty short encounters if that's the case, because I can't even see the enemy waves.
불길 속으로
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Staggered.
우와.
총알자가 떠올리는
Yes, hello, Cleese. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to... How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream. But yes, chat has alerted me to Reindeer Roddeer. Which is going to be interesting to see how she turns out. Not really looking for any Roddeer, just mainly Ryoshu. But yeah, let's just say it's going to be interesting regardless. Right. Alright, come on, buddy. Let's cook some mint. Let's cook some mint, buddy. So that's 2. That's also 2. That leaves me with only 2, sadly. I mean, I could do this. So it's perfect. Yeah. Remember to use your defense skills as well when the opportunity presents itself. Defense skill here. Another defense skill here, to be fair. And then... yeah.
그렇게 서 있으면 못 떨어질 수밖에.
We're gonna get the 5 IDR Corp team finally. He's gonna be the first one with the mask. Ah. And it's one we weren't even waiting on. A bamboo-hatted Kim. This must be a tavern. The bar or an inn is bustling and patrons are energetically chattering away. They all seem to be in a rather good mood. A tree among the crowd is quite boisterously arguing and pointing fingers at each other. No, I don't understand why this is even a matter of dispute. A blade is a weapon made for cutting, and the right way to use a blade is to slash with it. You don't know what you're talking about. Stab a single point. With all your might and your foe shall surely fall. You're both wrong. Half-hearted cuts and stabs won't do anything but piss them off. They'll be back on their feet immediately. Smack their skulls with the blunt end, hilt or the scabbard, and knock them out. Knock them down for good. Make them 2 days to get up. The trio appeared to be talking about something pretty serious, so we stopped to listen to the debate and suddenly turned in our direction and called us over. You there! Your band can clearly handle your weapons, am I wrong? Answer us, what is the best way to wield your sword? Of course, to slash is the best way to wield the sword, is it not? What would I say? It really wants you to push towards slash ego gifts. Ah, sure, fuck it. Slash is the best one. Alright, Rodia. Weapon with an edge is made to cut things. True.
자, 봤지?
Rusted hilt.
난 믿어주면 배신하지
Of
않아.
course. Right. Let's go in the middle.
불로 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
In the early days, it didn't actually tell you the results of its trial and error. Since there's a lot of advantages for slash bleed and voice teams here. How many waves? If it's a single wave, then I don't mind.
일기당천.
죽어라. 총알값 아까울면
Or is she gonna get the Mayo ID trust?
당신 짝패군요.
자세가 모르겠니? 자비에 감사하고
마음 놓고
이것밖에 못하나.
빈틈투성이군. 스틸레터. 빈틈투성이군.
Right. Right, come on, buddy.
불길 속으로
하나 넘고 둘 넘고
전력으로 상대하마.
Nice. Alright, come on. Shivering blue letters float before you. The way that these similar words are ordered makes it difficult to understand what it's trying to say. To say what is right and what is wrong is not right. But that is not to say that to say what is right... To say what is wrong is right and right is wrong is wrong. To say what is right is wrong... Wait. To say what is wrong is right and right is wrong is not wrong. And to say that what is right and what is wrong is wrong, in turn to say that this wrong is right. Does it want my impression of these words? What is it talking about? Poisey you give. Might as well go the poise route. To be what is right and what is wrong. Is it really that important to tell which is which? Say that what really matters is something else. Is it wrong? Hello! Uskru. I wrote, yeah? Slowly fade away and a new word appears. Joy.
자,
Ragged bamboo hat.
난 믿어준다.
Huh? Activates when there are 3 or more blade lineage identities. Oh. Fucking Christ. How's that dyslexia kicking in?
자, 판 돌아갑니다.
Oscariste. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Yeah, slash power up and damage up. I might as well go with this.
받아볼 텐가.
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지.
This is a very jolly Intervello. Yield my gifts to claim their cookies and milk. That hat being a super buff for the Morsalt ID. Alright.
총알값 아까울면
Hey, come on.
일기당천.
Nice.
이것밖에 못하나.
자세가 모르겠니?
1 HP.
자비에 감사도.
Alright, Roger, come on. And it's done. Victory! Of course I'm gonna go with this. This is odd. The mist is... I don't know when it happened, but the thick layer of mist had descended around all of us. I've heard a tale of such a nightly stroll. In this tale, a clueless traveller heedlessly wanders into a brumous haze and finds himself before an otherworldly being. Stop it, stop it! Just as the stunner began loudly bickering with each other, I realized that there was something hazy standing in our way. Finally gotten a tremor team working with your Yi-Sang. Feels so good. Hey! Nice to see, Luxon. That thing dancing? A mysterious thing dressed in white danced gracefully before us with a large blade in hand. And when it met our gaze, or when I thought it did, a sheathed blade had materialized in my hand. What does it want me to do? Poise gift! Get a poise gift. Huh? Why is it normal? Oh, 30. Hi, bro. Nice. Sinclair wielded the sword. Sinclair effortlessly unsheathed the sword, threw the scabbard away, and gently lowered it to their side, its tip pointing to the ground. That thing giggled as it disappeared, somehow finding the situation humorous, and left behind a broken blade. Broken blade! When an ally critically hits an enemy, deal additional poise bright damage. Everything is trailer towards those identities.
에고 침식도 양호. 아마도.
Well then. Yeah, it's kind of like the... How many... I might as well go with this. Right.
당신 짝패고
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
총알값 아까울 놈은
Let's see. Yeah, just use a quick closing.
일기당천.
Oh, right. Man, I honestly forgot that this guy was here.
자세가 모르겠니?
Weird.
자비에 감사도.
Did you typically honestly forgot this guy was here? Okay, let's see. Yeah, another one. Sure. Interact with that guy. Why not?
일기당천.
Come on. Hey, Yi-Sang. Show him what you got. Let's go.
전력으로 상대하마.
전탄격발.
25. And dead.
감사도.
나도 지킬 게 많거든.
Let's go. Encounter cleared. Victory. We come upon a familiar store. Device is available for use. What should we do? Try putting it the rusted hilt and fractured blade. Ah. Try putting in the rusted hilt and broken blade. There's nothing that seems right to put in the device. The rusted hilt and broken blade? I guess I'll do the fusion. Unbending. Activates when there are 3 or more, of course, blade allies.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
Okay, Mirror Dungeon of the Fathoms. So that thing behind him is...
모노리스입니다. 김삿갓에게 힘을 부여한 시점에서 이미 심상 안에 숨어들었던 것이군요.
The artifact must have entered this The artifact must have entered this fathom of ego the moment it imbued bamboo-hatted Kim with strength. Monolith?
이 저택은 분명 에스사를 떠나기 전 마지막으로 맡으셨던
Departed
호인의
escort.
대상이 살던 집인데 이 참상, 여태껏 이 참상의 기억이 우드의 발목을 부여잡고 있던 것입니까?
Clashable guards, blocks, and dodges all need up type 4 to get their affinity.
하지만 그렇다 한들 신우들의 억울한 죽음은
Tears begin to well in Engdu's eyes. Again, something murmurs in my head. Is this bamboo-hatted Kim's past? A somber voice drenched with woe echoes in my head.
명예라는 것을 가졌던 때가 잠시 있었다.
For a fleeting moment, I once had this thing people call honor.
청렴한 권리 앞에는 누구나 악한 마음을 갖고 다가가는 자가 있었고
While men whose hearts are consumed by evil often approach virtuous officials to seek harm.
그 마술을 나의 검으로 뿌리친다는 호위무사라는 일감이 나에겐 제법 명예로운 일이었으니 하지만 그저 청렴하기만 했던 인물은 언제나 세간의 먹잇감이 될 뿐이고 이미 타락할 대로 타락한 탐관오리들의 마술을 막아내기에 나는
My
역부족일
strength was
뿐이었다.
inconsequential.
결국 부러진 마음을 끌어안고 동료들과 함께 에스사를 떠날 수밖에.
Alongside my fellows.
임무를 완수하지 못한 나의 명예는 그곳에 함께 두고 왔다.
The land of my failure.
있을 곳을 잃고 이곳저곳을 돌아다니며 지치는 나의 동료들과 나.
Aimless drifters without a place to call their home.
나를 믿고 떠나온 이들의 신뢰도 조금씩 떨어지고 나 역시도 스스로에 대한 신뢰를 잃어만 갔다.
Faith in my decision to leave began to crumble piece by piece, so did my faith in myself.
나는 바라만 갔다. 이미 임무를 완수하지 못한 내가 정말 이들을 이끌 수는 있는 걸까? 적어도 안정된 삶을 살 수 있게 도우지 않으면. 하지만 그런 마음으로 얻은 초대장은
from the library.
죽음에 이르게 만들게 되었고 나는 결국 임무도 명예도 친우도 모두 잃고 또다시 그때와 같은 모습을 재현하고
Return to the land of failure. The voice continued to murmur, but it divulged nothing but a low growl or quite an incoherent rumbling. I can't help but feel a bit of sympathy at his suffocatingly painful past. And that's exactly why we have to face him, to free him from this distortion. Guys, you're putting an end to this. Right here, right now.
네. 이 이후는 없겠다는 느낌이 강하게 드는.
Engthu's grown far too agitated to function properly in this battle. It's all up to us now. Right, so poise, bleed, damage, bleed, paralyze. Is he upgraded or something? Poise. We know the other two. Round 2. It's him. Oh, he got 3 passive now? This unit's panic state does not change. And he only has 1 stagger bar. The last one's at 0. Well then. Only he has now 600 more health and hits even harder. God dang it. But you all can listen to the music for a bit. I'll be right back. Hold up, guys. Be right back. Give me like 3 minutes about. Should be enough for me. Hello, welcome back. Where are we? Okay, so Ishmael can use her egos as well as everybody here, really. Oh, actually, also this guy. Oh, this is gonna be beautiful. It's just I need to build a shit ton of tremor on this guy before we do anything, though. Also positive sanity, so win everything for the most part. At least try to win everything for the most part. And since that's favored, let's switch. Yisang, offset that. Because I don't think anybody else needs it. Okay, might as well clash with this, because that oh no that would help out quite a bit actually. Yeah, because it's paralyzed. Alright. Clashable counter. Offsetted. Alright, let's go. Sinking, but shouldn't be too much.
빈틈투성이군. 스틸레터.
Let's go. We need to inflict a shit ton of bleed as much as we can. Alright, Rotia, let's go. I mean Ishmael, not Rotia. Ishmael, let's go.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Overthrow. That can work. Clash win. I need to throw the best at. Do that. Do that. Yep. Do a favored. Dominating.
일기당천.
Hey, come on. Increase his sanity until it can't be increased any further. Hey, Sinclair, let's go, buddy. Alright, here's the counter. Alright, now make him go to plus 45 SP to make him understood. Trust. Oh, bro. Clash win. Win that one. Who needs to use this skill? Nobody else, really? And shush up with the encounter. Keep that unopposed. And who are we targeting even here? Let's see, Sang. Yep, unopposed the guy as well. On top. Let's go! Yes. Staggered! Bro is glitching out. For some reason, bro was fucking glitching out. Hey, the power of Kozen, baby.
허수락은
Yep. And the guy should die.
자세가 무너졌네.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Hey. What about the dungeon? He had a second phase. After grueling battle, as we finally managed to drag bamboo-hatted Kim to his knees. Like a mirror to the fact the Mafigos began to fall apart. He didn't claim any bones. The monolith had already left the Fathoms of Ego and was back at the center of the office. Kozen is nuts for a free action. That's what I keep telling people, bro. The ID is so fun to use, and if used correctly, Kozen is pops off so much. Yeah, hey, even with that sinking team, I won first try. We encountered some difficulties. Got slapped with the move as well, but hey. Is this the monolith that people are talking about? The radio I carried began to buzz again.
들리지? 들리면 째떡해줘.
Give me TikTok. Peter, the monolith is here. TikTok.
힘든 싸움이 끝난 지 얼마나 됐다고. 잘도 그런 농담이 나오네요, 단테.
Oh, that's a bookshelf. Okay. Wait, is that... No, that's not a bookshelf. No, that's a big black monolith. Yeah, that's one. Barely survived. Thanks, Tramel. Well, she asked me to.
이제 진짜 시간이 얼마 안 남았어. 모노리스가 잠시 안정화된 것 같으니까 그걸 잠그는 방법을 말해줄게.
How to lock it down?
늦으면 그 뒤틀린 환상체가 되어버리니 정화, 신속, 알겠지?
It's all about precision and speed. Don't take too long or that distortion's gonna turn into an abnormality. We saw that happen in Leviathan. I doubt our director is gonna make another course in anytime soon. I don't know, you never know what the director decides to do. Watch Ryoshu getting a causally similar cousin move or something. I can see it somehow. I don't know why.
엄청 무서운 상황 같은데 말이 참 가벼운 양반이구만.
Reached out to the monolith with my palms. Oh, sunlight came out of it when I reached out with my fingers. The voice coming from the radio is pretty nonchalant about all this, but it almost sounded like she could see exactly what I was looking at.
거기서 아래로 쭉 이제 왼쪽으로 천천히 움직여.
Take it slow now. I couldn't help but wonder if I was doing this right, but I still followed her directions and drew a trail of light with my hands over the monolith. Okay. The shimmering black tendrils began to rise from bamboo-hatted Kim's body. Maybe the distortion was drawing too.
좋아, 수치는 안정범위로 돌아왔어요, 탐정님.
The levels are stabilizing.
자꾸 탐정님이라고 하네. 옛날 호칭이 입에 붙어가지고.
Sorry, all the habits of Die Hard, you know. Probably the biggest reference to distortion detective there is. Here. Like, come on. It's... It can't be more on the nose than this. It sounds like she's reporting to someone else on the other side of this communication.
잘해줬어, 버스 친구들. 곧 LCA가 거기로 갈 거니까 조금만 기다려.
Bus dudes. Huh? LCA? Not that rude after team lady from earlier?
자, 아무튼 지금까지 LCD 소속 뒤틀림 전담반 에즈라였습니다. 교신 끝.
Ezra! LCD, Limbus Company, the Distortion Task Force, Ezra, over and out. The radio shut off before any of us had the chance to say anything again.
어머, 뭐가 이렇게 우르르 들어와? LCA, 특수작전팀이군요.
LCA is the Special Operations Unit. What the fuck? I mean, wait. Didn't Faust come with these guys in Leviathan, if I remember right? It was the LCA? The special unit of Limbus Company? Right, the item is... LCA was the one that would have blown up the whale if we would be stuck in it. Oh. The subset of Limbus Company where we don't know what the A stands for. You know, I can make a pretty generous guess just by how they look and how they're referring to themselves as the special unit. What if the A here stands for Annihilation, Limbus Company Annihilation. This is the team and the most special team they send to just either completely deal with the most... But that wouldn't make sense though, because that's not the only thing they do. To be fair, it's gotta be something else, but... I feel like these Limbus Company admins? Are we using computer science now? I'm thinking Limbus Company acquisition. Yeah, Automaton could be a good guess as well. Job here is done. I didn't even have to say anything, not that they could hear me anyway, before the uniformed troops marched in and started attaching various tools to the monolith. 01 requesting location.
저게 뭔 소리냐?
Where's the distorted individual?
아, 그를 말하는 것이라면 모노리스의 옆에.
오라! 어디에 가셨는가?
But where is he?
약 3분 전 앵도라는 자가 소파 뒤로 끌고 가는 것을 목격했다.
Oh, 3 minutes ago? Didn't I ask you to tell us if you noticed something important going on in the background?
동일한 상황이 다시 오면 보고하도록 하겠습니다.
I'll make an immediate report should an identical incident occur. And that's when I noticed that LCA agents were growing visibly uneasy. And when that agent ran over and kicked over the sofa... Oh. I think that's a good guess. I think Calvin Murphy.
앵두양.
There was Engdu, her arms tightly wrapped around the bamboo-hatted Kim, her hand holding a blade that dug deep into her mentor's flesh. Oh!
당신이 얼마나 아픈 과거를 가졌는지 내가 소상히 알 수는 없지요. 하지만 그것이 진우를 베어넘긴 응당의 이유가 될 수는 없지 않습니까?
앵두양, 그는 제정신이 아니지 않았는가?
아기가 되어 자신을 잃었다면 그 역시 내 손으로 끝을 내야. 아니지. 아니야. 사실 전부 변명밖에 되지 않아. 애초에 우두가 초대장이니 뭐니 하는 이상한 것을 들고 오지 않았더라면, 애초에 S사에서 도망 나오게 된 원인이 되지 않았더라면, 그래요. 그대의 목소리가
The fucking bell. Oh boy. I hear you. Your voice is finally growing clearer. The fucking bell. Ah. Library of Runa moment.
접근 개체의 비틀림 확인. 주장, 모노리스 재활성화 1차 단계 돌입.
You can't just let her be. She's going to distort. Result, knock Miss Engdu out. Result, Bruh. Oh my god. And this is where the meme is born. Good job, Morsel. Morsel struck Engdu hard before the LCA agents even had the chance to do anything.
안정. 접근 개체의 실신으로 뒤틀림과 해제.
Common Morsel double.
G2601 자산 확인. 치명적인 위치는 아니므로 회수 및 회복에 문제 없음.
명령대로 처리했습니다.
Ah, thank you.
내가 지금 뭘 본 거야?
Is that caused by the monolith's influence too?
그렇다고 볼 수 있죠. 모노리스는 제대로 봉인했지만
아.
파고들었던 것 같습니다.
저기 거기서 수치가 확 튀어 올랐었는데?
인계. 내가 LCD의 모델을 잇겠다.
Limbus company detective? Okay.
말씀하십시오.
LC구나. 저는 LCD의 에즈라.
인지. 상황을 설명하겠습니다.
Citrip?
나도 말 끊을 거야. 나도 상황 다 알아먹었거든.
I already got your Citrip, okay? I don't need it. Limbus company distortion.
거기 2명 다 있죠? 그냥 우리 쪽으로 2분 다 데려오세요.
불가. 작전상 회수 대상은
딱딱하게 굴지 말고.
우려. 이미 모노리스 자체도 제어하기 어려운 대상입니다.
저희 탐정님, 아니 LCD 팀장님이 다 책임진다고 했어요.
Our very own LCD team leader said she'll take care of it.
애초에 그 모노리스 저랑 탐정님이 회수해왔던 거랑 똑같은 물건이라고요.
Hey.
그리고 둘 다 도서관의 생환자고 둘 다 뒤틀림이 되다가 풀려난 것도 뒤틀림 실적에 분명히 도움될걸요?
It'll definitely help us with our records, don't you think? However,
뭐야? 그러면 얘네 뭐 끌려가서 인체 실험 뭐 그런 거 당하는 거 아니야?
Let's not comment on it, Heathcliff.
요즘 T사에서 사람들이 잡혀간다느니 하는 워낙 흉흉한 소문이 많은 건 아는데
Completely unrelated, alright?
우리가 하는 일이랑 붙여서 생각하지는 말아줬으면 좋겠는걸? 그리고 어차피 뒤틀림이 진행되어봐야 죽을 뿐이고 이대로 두고 가면 흑운애나 엄지가 들이닥칠지 어떻게 알아?
Pick them up instead.
그것도 그렇긴 하네.
It's better the people under us than under anybody else.
아무튼 둘 다 데려오세요.
입감. 회수 조치하겠습니다.
I definitely got it. When's the best time to read Distortion Detective? If I ever want to read it. "41 chapters. Has it ended? Or is it still going on or something? Anytime, really. Alright. The call dropped, the agent swarmed. The pair bound them and disappeared out the door. All of it was done in one fluid, practiced motion. Alright, before Kanto 7, gotcha. So that's gonna be 2 streams dedicated. Distortion Detective is not finished. Alright. Is it releasing more content then? More to say it is paused, okay. DD on hiatus because Limbus is being worked on. Alright. So, of course, no spoilers, but from how the story has gone in Distortion Detective, what do you think the ending is going to be? Like, at like 100 chapters or something? But they already retrieved the monolith when that LCA agent picked up LCD's call.
그럼 이제 상황 종료인가?
Mission accomplished? It's hard to say. No ping. Sorry. I genuinely forgot about that. Miascarada. I genuinely forgot about that. I should have probably pinged it in the Discord. Since it's likely going to lead into the start of Limbus's events. Oh, gotcha. It's okay, I'm here now. But welcome to the stream regardless. Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue having a good time on stream. I'm eating right now and also going through the last of it. This event. I guess so.
경고. 관리자는 빠른 철수를 요청합니다. 곧 엄지가 상황을 파악하고 이곳을 향할 테니.
Imminent arrival of the thumb highly likely.
중지 다음엔 엄지인가. 그 꼰대들이 어떤 낯짝을 지을지 궁금하군.
그럴 일을 만들지 말라고 경고하는 거 아닌가요?
Oh, right.
수정. 이미 작전을 수행한 시점에서 림버스 컴퍼니는 엄지와 접대할 수밖에 없습니다.
The moment we commence this mission.
그렇겠네요. 시간이 걸릴 뿐 진상을 파악할 수밖에 없겠죠.
This feels interesting to look at.
괜찮은 건가요? 이렇게 엄지까지 건드려도.
Are you sure we can handle not only the middle but also the thumb?
무관.
Irrelevant.
어차피 림버스 컴퍼니는 적을 친구로, 친구를
A foe is a friend and a friend is a foe for the Limbus company.
집체. 먼저 퇴출하겠습니다.
Delayed. Extracting scene first. The LC agent quickly withdrew from the scene. But on the good news, they put it on hiatus so they could eventually make it into a visual novel-esque game from it. Hey, I mean, that's the only thing I've been playing for the last, but a lot of it. So, I'll appreciate it. Sure, why not? He knows something but won't tell us what it is. At least that was the impression I got from the way he spoke. The LCA, the LCD, and the LCCA. And all the question arose once again, something I'd forgotten as we kept busy. Else as busy with the missions we've carried out so far. I really don't know much about this company I'm working for. And there's this mysterious Herman and the equally puzzling Demian. Maybe in the grand scheme of things I really don't know anything. Maybe what I know amounts to nothing more than a pinch of knowledge available to the powers that be. I thought we were pretty deep into our journey, but I was starting to feel that in the far future, if I were to look back on the records of this journey, we wouldn't even be 10 pages into the book. I began walking back to the bus with the sinners, my head further mired in confusion.
그 짧은 시간에 별별 사람 다 만나본 것만 같은 기분이 들어.
Yeah, quite a few. Limbus Company after, Limbus Company Distortion, then Limbus Company A, something. And then the Kurokuma clan, as well as the Blade lineage. knowing something about the thumb as well. Hold up, let me just finish my food. Ah, that was nice. Alright, since I've had my dinner, technically, I'll be right back. Just let me throw this in the sink. Also, if you're enjoying this, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton. I'd really appreciate all the support I can get. Also, channel memberships, I think, if you're feeling generous to financially support this endeavor. Please don't be obligated to. Only spend if you have extra money to burn. Right, we're back. Okay, let's see. Let's finish this. Let's finish this, shall we? Alright, let's continue. Aboard Mephistopheles. We really ran into a lot of people in such a short time, huh? Hello, Thanfong. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. I'm hyped to see you play Canto 6. Hey, I'm also hyped as well. Other than Horseman with I don't know, an aesthetic that reminds me of another world that I know of a bit. I don't know much, so kind of excited. Also, for those streams, I'll remember. Don't worry, guys. I will remember to use uptie IDs and base images to just base it off of. We'll try my best to avoid spoilers.
그래도 저는 이 회사가 어떻게 돌아가고 있었는지는 대강 알 수 있어서 좋았던 것 같네요.
Pretty happy I got to know more about the workings of this company. Once we returned to the bus, yeah, that was necessary information that we needed to know. The sinners each began chatting away about what had just happened. While you're reading Yumaneko, I need some comfort, so I might hang out here for a bit. Alright, time for. I don't know for how long you'll be comforted, but hey, I hope you recover.
앵두 씨나 김 작가님은 앞으로 어떻게 되시는 걸까요?
Bamboo hated. The dyslexia is not gonna go away. Bamboo hated Kim. It's bamboo hatted Kim, not bamboo hated Kim. The bamboo does not hate Kim.
우리가 알 수 있는 일은 아니다. 같은 회사의 부서라곤 하지만 실제로 우리가 알 수 있는 건 에즈라라는 사람의 목소리뿐 아니었나.
Maybe this was the name of our contact, Ezra.
그러다면 설마 정말로 생체실?
그런 게 그렇게 쉽게 시작되진 않아. 그 사람도
It's
그냥
not something that just happens.
소문은 소문일 뿐이라고 했잖아.
Rumors are that, just rumors. Yeah, I like to call him Bamboo hated Kim. Why did the Bamboo hate Kim? Because he did some stuff at the Bamboo he shouldn't have. I don't know. That's my guess. Gregor furrowed his brows as though some unpleasant memories of the past began flooding in. He dug into his pockets for a cigarette. There's LCD, there's LCA, but LCA just seems really out of place, even when compared to other departments. It's like they're from a completely different company. As we made our way back to the bus, I slowly began to organize my thoughts on everything that's happened. I did know that it wasn't the most productive thing for me to do. Believed in the Bamboo hated myself. Faust, you're not gonna answer any of my questions, are you?
죄송합니다. LCB 부서 외의 내용을 언급하는 것은 지금으로선 힘들겠습니다.
That does not concern the LCB department.
관리자나 수감자나 조급함이 없으면 아무래도 이 버스에 탑승할 자격이 없는 것만 같군.
It's like impatience is a prerequisite for boarding the bus, manager or sinner. Virgilius sighed as he muttered, he must have seen me burying my clockhead in my palms.
당신의 여정 속에는 반드시 의문에 대한 해답이 있습니다.
단테.
어차피 따라가다 보면 마주할 것을 빨리 들춰낼 필요가 있습니다.
You have no reason to rush.
그리고
Virgilius' gaze fixed for a brief moment, slightly above my head. I wonder if he's looking at my flame.
아닙니다.
It's nothing.
어쩌면 나도 점점 조급함이라는 것에 물들어가는 걸지도.
I suppose
보면 알게 될 것을.
I shall find out along the way as well. He's looking at the clock's flames, huh? Virgilius scoffed, muttering something incomprehensible to himself, and then turned away from me. It was clear that he had no intention of continuing this exchange.
출발하지, 카론.
기다렸어. 부릉부릉 시간.
I've been waiting for vroom vroom time.
목표는 T사의 유명한 언덕.
Famous heights of T-Corp. So, the bus took off once again. Sometimes bustling, sometimes dead silent. Hey.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은
Noise.
많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군. 잘 놀다 간다.
Risk levels and
회수하지 않은 탄피는
classifications. Bro, let me go in and claim my lunacy first. He claimed our lunacy. Alright, let's read the mini 4 then. Before we... I'm gonna address the elegant real quick. Why is there a Bygas? Biggest sign in chat on screen. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Also, Roy, please stop giving me information I'm not supposed to know yet. Let me just discover the strife. What do you say? Almost switch. Bro, I was so confused in terms of finding words. I almost switched to my mother tongue there. But yes. Please do not give me information I do not know. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. I literally had this discussion with you on previous stream. Come on, man. Anyways. Okay, let's do the mini and then we'll read the... What's it called? Dante's notes, because it probably got updated. It's just Canto 6 length. The other thing you said, I saw it. Please don't say that. Will you enter risk levels and classifications? Yes. Let's see what this is about. Risk levels and classifications. Finally, some well-deserved lore. I guess the traffic sucks no matter which nest we go to. We've been traveling at a snail's pace through the extreme congestion of the nest for several days now. And yes, come on. Only answer my questions if I'm asking it out of genuine curiosity. If I'm not asking for it, you don't need to provide an additional information that may not be spoilers according to you, but still, that raises my alertness level for the upcoming content, right, Roy? So just keep that in mind. We've been traveling at a snail's pace through the stream to the extreme congestion of the nest for several days now. Drodia clearly affected by this boredom sighed and muttered. Yeah, so Thanfong, it's just you two doing BS shit again. That's it. We've been through similar long periods of inactivity before, but boredom isn't something one could easily get used to. I suppose it became a part of my job to listen to the sinners complain about the slow pace of our travel. How much longer until the T-Corp immigration checkpoint? My only option is to give them a reminder of how far we are from our destination.
하루 정도 다음 장소에서 대기하는 것과 중간중간에 정차
Oh.
장소를 고려하면 3일 정도 남았다고 볼 수 있습니다.
3 days.
고작 거기서 거기를 가는 것 같은데 항상 이렇단 말이지.
Way further than it really is. Yeah, understandable. Greg is right, it didn't seem like the city was that big. Maybe there's something to these inevitable, overly long travel wait times. I mean, Roy, you didn't need to mention that what's it called? That Canto 6 didn't have a dungeon, right? And that's kind of what I have been using part 1, 2, and 3 for. Cause brother, then from that information I can make some guesses as to what's gonna happen. Cause that's the information I shouldn't know yet. Do consider some things you do say. Alright? Or you can just comment on stuff that happens. Try not to provide future information related to it. That's it. Just think a bit before you type, man. Now that information is going to be stuck in my head, making theories about stuff that I shouldn't be knowing yet. Can I spread misinformation instead? You know, that's the right attitude. Don't spoil, spread misinformation so I get even more confused as to what the fuck is going on. Good job, Sanfong. You understood my point exactly. Donuts agree. Sometimes I'm yet to understand.
저희는 작은 차량도 아니고 대형 버스라서 뒷골목을 따라 이동하면 확실히 더 오래 걸리는 것
It's not
같네요.
misinformation. If I just lie. Canto 6 will have Heathcliff in it. I'm so surprised that Heathcliff just blows up the second. This is the way to combat spoilers. Just fucking say so much mad shit that you aren't even sure what the fuck is gonna happen. And it's the landmark. Oh my god. Like, genuinely, not gonna lie. Intentional misinformation in fandoms that for fans that really like giving info, being too excited and accidentally spoiling stuff. That's the best way to combat spoilers, because let's say I'm a streamer, right? I'll read chat, I'll read something there, and then somebody else would immediately contradict that statement. Or you can also, even better, put some half truths and half lies there to make it even more fucking ambiguous to what your source is. So I will actively have to work through the bullshit and the truth as I go along. It may be a little bit more taxing cognitively for me, but I think it will genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I believe it will genuinely make the streams even more entertaining. When you post info, play 2 truths and a lie. I guess driving around in a large van, 2 lies and a truth. Around through the narrow back streets is what's taking us such a long time.
그냥 도보 행군이 더 빨랐을 것 같군.
Faster to march on foot.
하지만 숙식이 해결되지 않소.
I'm gonna see you reincarnated as a color fix and get a 6 trust. It would have our room and board.
모르는가? 장기 행군 중에는 텐트를 설치하고 야영을
Any
하는
long
것이-
march camping out in the open.
아이, 모두가 군인 출신인 건 아니라고 오티스 양반.
Hey, Otis. And not everyone's been a soldier here.
그리고 뒷골목에서 잘못 새벽을 지새우다간
Sweepers before the break of dawn.
무섭다는 청소.
Oh, sweepers, that's what they called. Even a partial mention their name drains all color from the Sinclair's face. I remember what the sinners once told me about them. That before the break of dawn, there are these things called sweepers that sweeps up every trash in the back streets. What? It's kind of terrifying how broad their definition of trash can be. They call that the night in the back streets or something like that.
청소부들이 바글대는 뒷골목의 밤에서도 무사할 수 있는 건 이 버스가 도시에서 몇 안 되는 주거용 차량으로 인정되어 있기 때문에.
One of the few vehicles recognized by the city as a residential vehicle. One of the few, okay? Those were always brought up in Lobotomy Corporation, Explode, and Library of Runa. Gotcha. Which means we will remain safe from the hands of sweepers.
버스 외 숙박 행위를 시도했다가는 취침은커녕 1시간 동안
One would be forced to survive the onslaught of sweepers for an hour in the early hours of dawn.
하긴 청소부들은 뒷골목의 주거지까지 건드리진 않으니까.
느리고 확실한 차량 이동인가? 빠르고
A
위험한
fast yet
도보
high-risk
행군인가?
march on foot. This is quite the strategic dilemma.
딜레마로군.
아니, 후자의 경우는
Option is up for consideration of any fellow. Sounds like poor Chan is cleaning up the shizzle. Oh, they clean the back streets every night in the back. Okay, they clean the streets. Okay, now I know. The bus is once again consumed by commotion. And into that commotion barged in the creak of an opening door and a familiar sigh.
마음이 급한 건 알겠지만 어떻게 돌아가든 간에 일정에 전부 맞출 수 있게
And stop
가고
complaining.
있으니 쓸데없이 중얼거리지 마라.
So anybody who's the girls out there, they just get collected in the trash, huh? So save your breath and stop complaining.
벌만들만 보면 아주 나까지 들이받을 기세들이군.
By the looks on your faces, I would have been worrying about a mutiny if I didn't know better.
새로운 서류. 상부에서 새로운 지침이 내려왔나 보죠?
It's kind of like the purge with that in that singularity. You can get away with a lot of stuff. Virgilius was holding what appeared to be a bundle of freshly printed paper. This wasn't the first time something like this happened. Sometimes after communication in his room with the higher-ups of the company, he'd bring out a few sheets of paper to bring us up to speed. Mostly the reason the back streets aren't just covered in rotting blood and corpses everywhere despite the society, but it turned into a very fun part of the setting. Oh, Runa even brings up the example of covering up murder by hiding the body, then disposing of it during the nightly sweeping. Anything goes, as long as it's not above the head. Oh, so major syndicates could have a quick battle with their most powerful peoples, and if they manage to take down like a few of the key members of the other syndicate, the sweepers will just clean up things, and it's also a lovely solution to homelessness in the city. Oh, right. Right. If you're homeless, well, get fucked. Yeah, I can see syndicates using this as like a strategic dumping ground every night. The bodies. Anything else? Surprisingly polite, by the way.
그래, 새로운 소식이다.
New update.
또 중간에 헛짓거리를 하러 가야 한다는 소리는 아니겠지? 뒤틀림 뒤처리짓도 두 번은 사양하고 싶다고. 지금 원래 우리 목표는
The only rule they follow is that they'll active for a very specific period of time each night, and they never enter homes.
애처럼 안달 좀 내지 말도록.
Stop whining like a petulant child.
버스가 가는 경로에 변동은 없다.
Virgilius furrowed his brows, walked up to the front of the bus, and leaned against one of the first row chairs, and began leisurely shuffling through the documents.
단순한 공지 사항이다. 너희들이 기록해온 환상체, 뒤틀림, 죄종에 대한 기록. 그걸 분류하는 방법에 대한 개편이 있을 예정이라는군.
It says that there will be changes to how your records of abnormalities, distortions, and pectilla are categorized. How your abnormalities, distortions, and pectilla.
어? 그럼 그걸 우리 보고 전부 수정하라고?
아니요. 일단 작성된 도감들은 모두 전산화되어 상부와 공유되는 상태입니다.
Oh, your observation logs are all digitized and shared with the upper... That's where we get the observation logs from, with the upper echelons of the company. Well, it's a cleaning of the back streets of every district in the city. Right, that's a lot of sweepers, for sure.
물론 관찰 기록 자체를 수정해야 하는 상황이면 수정 명령이 있을 수는 있겠지만 분류법, 즉 일련
Will be
번호와
updated
위험 등급에
automatically.
대한 것은 자동 갱신될 테니 그저
They're
알아두라는
merely
뜻입니다.
informing the sinners of the upcoming changes. The sinners write them and then submit to the company. So how does... Wait, how does the sinner's personal rantings get improved then? Because, okay, do tell. Because if everything in the Project Moonverse just has to be pedantic, then does the fucking higher-ups of the company just improve the... Yeah, I remember Don eating one of the bongi chicken. So you mean to say those logs get approved by the higher-ups and they don't have a problem with it? The sinners rantings on other entities and stuff? Hello, Shibu. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome. Interesting.
한 명이라도 거더니 마음이 편하군. 그 말대로다.
It seems the only times they have intervened was when sensitive details are shared in the logs. Gotcha. Yeah. Don't eat the head chickens. something else to someone else. She's right.
이전에 발견한 새로운 형태의 죄종 때문인 것으로 사료되는구려.
I presume that this has aught to do with the new types of pectila that we have encountered before.
그것만 있는 것은 아니지.
Any info is helpful when you're dealing with the scrap. Yeah, fair enough. That isn't all. Vigilus closed his eyes wearily and lightly folded the papers in his hands. He called out to the two sinners.
이상, 이스마엘.
Oh? Canto 4 and Canto 5? He's pointing at Ishmael and Isang.
불렀는가?
둘이 아주 모범생이신 것 같으니 이 서류를 보고
I'll leave it to
알아서
you two
설명해
model
주도록.
students to explain the contents of these documents. Because I don't want to explain shit to you myself. It's too energy.
내가 너희 모두에게 이 내용을 설명하기에는 역부족한 기분이 들어서 말이야. 하.
Don Quixote of the Middle Sister, thy Don of the Middle has arrived here and graced thou with thy presence. Hello, Don. It's the Don to Don communication. Yep, I said the canto number instead of the names. I'm Don Matrix, the weird... I may sometimes speak in the Russian accent because I like to speak in it even though it's a fake accent. I have a Don head and the body of a tin, but I called myself Don Matrix because of my personality. Glad to meet another Don here, and yes, because of some malfunctions I don't speak the ways of the Don. You'll have to forgive me for that. And he's welcome. It's like calling Enrico ex-order. Yo, it's modesty escapismo. Arknights fans would get their reference. That Virgilius pretty much shoved the paper in Ishmael's hands before taking a seat in the front row of the bus.
그냥 떠넘기는 거 아닌가요?
Exactly. Ishmael didn't seem too happy about this sudden turn of events. Still, she opened the documents and began reading. Because these two are the literate ones.
신경을 써주는 건지 쌀쌀 맞은 건지.
He just naturally comes off as a cold person.
그래서 거기 뭐라고 써 있어, 이스?
잠시만요. 그러니까
환상체에 대한 새로운 사실이라도 적혀 있나요?
발신처. 응. LCD에서 보내온 문서이고.
LCD?
LCD 부사라면 관리자 나리가 무전을 했다는 부서 아니요?
Ezra, was it? I still vividly remember her chaotic, bubbly voice coming through the radio.
그 엘사 시절부터
노잼.
Formal quote. The bus begins to fill with the familiar hectic buzz once more.
어디 나도 이스마엘 양?
What happened? Isang chimed in to help with Ishmael's explanations of the documents, but...
이런 식이니 매번 저만 가이드북을...
This is exactly why I'm the only one who reads the guides. I can see Wayne starting to pop in Ishmael's fingers. At this rate, she's going to drop the documents in favor of a mace. Oh, wait, Ishmael, I got this. Calm down. I headed over to Ishmael and practically hung onto the documents in her hands. We nearly tore the bundle of documents in half, but she quickly gave up and loosened her grip. There's you, Auris. Please keep Don and Heathcliff quiet while I take care of this.
좋다. 재밌겠군.
Oh yes, this will be fun. Without killing them or beating them up, please. Bah. Boring as heck. Leoshu slowly lured Don's lance she had picked up. Kept getting interrupted. Alright then, if you have any questions while Ishmael reads from the document, raise your hands to be recognized. Isang Faust, you guys don't need to raise your hands to speak, so please chime in if there are any details you can elaborate on.
좋습니다.
알겠어.
Rotia, if anyone tries to speak out of turn, please smack them lightly in the head. If you do good, I'll make sure to order you extra desserts during our team dinner. Hey. Hey, manager finally acting, Dante finally acting like a manager once.
일 시킬 줄 아네, 단테.
이건 놀라운 성장이군요, 관리자님.
What an impressive growth of leadership capabilities, executive manager. Man. Yeah. Yeah, it's why I like this mini episode.
자, 우선 한 대.
아니.
Bro, that sounded a little too hard. Okay, the first bonk goes to. That actually sounded like somebody's cranium got crunched. Oh my god. I'm laughing too hard. That's one thing I'm noticing in my Limbus streams. Every single Limbus stream would have like 4 separate instances where I'll laugh a lot. It's good for my health. Gotta be honest, I enjoy it. After a quick commotion, I found the situation handled and settled enough to return the documents to Ishmael's hands. Then I'll leave it to you.
그러니까 우리 LCB는 구 L사인 로보토미 코퍼레이션에서 감금 관리 중이던 환상체를 지부를 통해서 상대해 왔었죠.
Alright, Femcat Boris. See you in the next one. Thanks for sticking around. Have a good one, buddy. Also known as the Lobotomy Corporation, used to contain and manage the abnormalities that we face in their branches.
환상체를 상대하면서 황금가지로 본래의 힘이 억제되었다 해도 설정된 위험 등급과 전투력에 편차가 있어 왔고요.
Even taking into account that their strengths were suppressed by the Golden Bows, there was a pretty significant difference between the risk level categorizations and the actual risk involved in facing them.
여기서 림버스 컴퍼니의 직원들과 상부에서도 기시감을 느껴왔고 LCD를 통해 이 부분을 조사했다고 하네요.
And that's why they investigated this issue to the through the LCD department. Okay, I really need water after this.
지금까지 분류된 위험 등급은 5개.
5개? 4개 아니었냐? 아!
Jesus. Rod, you're punching Heathcliff in the crumbs. Okay, so you're telling me that Rhodia is physically very strong, but just has a lack of stamina when she was climbing up the stairs? I mean, she gripped Ishmael and Heathcliff like a Russian bear and then fucking punched Heathcliff out. Moving that giant body needs fuel. She's deceptively strong. Hey, I like it. Hey, like, no, I like it. I like it, of course. I mean, she only bonked Outis. That was it. He promptly slumped to the ground out cold. Maybe it was the suddenness of the attack that did it. You didn't get it, did you? I think she does have good stamina. She just doesn't like expending effort. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough, I'd say. Fair enough. You didn't kill him, did you?
에이, 희수인데 이런 걸로 죽기나 하겠어?
I liked how the music went quiet there, just to emphasize it. Sinclair quietly raised his hand.
네, 말씀하세요.
Ishmael nodded at Sinclair.
히스클리프 씨 말처럼 지금까지 위험 등급은 자인, 테스, 해, 바브 이렇게 4개 아니에요?
Zayn, Teth, Hay, and Val. I mean, there's Aleph, but of course, and that's the only ones I've even counted so far. So I'd say.
저희가 봐온 것은 그렇죠. 하지만 여기 기록을 보면
The highest risk level category is
제일
labeled
높은 위험
Aleph.
등급인 알레프가 있다고 하네요. 하지만 아까 말씀드렸듯이 이 등급이 지금 저희가 겪는 전투와는 괴리가 있는지
And our experience with them in the field.
앞으로는 림버스 컴퍼니의 방식으로 재조정을 할 계획이라는 것 같아요.
By Limbus company standards. Ah, that's just more and more hints. We're trying to take the place of L Corp and become the new L Corp.
네, 메르소 씨.
재편성이라는 것은 기존 분류가 재분류된다는 것인가? 아니면 새로운 등급이 추가된다는 뜻인가?
All additional risk levels categorizations be created.
그것까지는 안 적혀 있네요. 하지만
Use each abnormalities in coupling production capability to categorize them into different risk levels. Finally, some more official law that is just stated right before me. So, Lobotomy Corporation categorized each abnormality's risk level according to its encapsuling production capabilities. That was the standard.
관리가 까다롭고 복잡할수록 생성되는 엔케팔린의 양이 많았다는 건
I mean, I guess the more complicated an abnormality it is, the harder they are to fight.
저희가 싸운 경험하고 비슷했나 본데요.
That does line up with our own experiences, sort of.
그래도 조금씩 다른 부분이 있었으니까 그 부분을 저희 경험에만 맞추려는 것 같아요. 그러니까 새로운 등급이 추가될 수도 있겠네요.
Looks to me they're trying to make these risk levels better reflect our own field experiences. That's why we got that Queen of Hatred who's only WoW but wrecked like an Aleph. Which doesn't rule out the possibility of them adding more tiers to the pre-existing ones. High risk abnormalities aren't necessarily hard to fight and vice versa. Low risk abnormalities aren't really easy to manage as well.
우리는 관리가 아닌
For we conduct not management but combat against these foes. It is sensible that the standards for risk levels be adjusted in accordance to. Rodia, wait! He sang could speak without raising his hand.
아, 맞다. 미안.
I managed to stop Rodia just before her fist connected with Isang's crown. It was almost as if she was moving based on pure instinct. Damn, her glutton was actually activating.
네, 그래서 전투력을 기반으로 위험 등급을 재편성한다는 것 같네요.
Actual risk each abnormality poses in battle.
위험 등급이 바뀔 수 있다. 아, 세부적으로 정해지면 다시 알려준다고 하네요.
Again, once the precise details are decided, the next section is about distortions, which Dawn raised her hand. Marishmal continued to explain without coming to a stop. She probably just ignored her.
뒤틀림은 지금 환상체의 코드 형식을 돌려 쓰고 있었는데 두 개체가 명백히 다른 점이 있는 게 확실해져서
Big difference between them, enough to give these two
그 다른 점이라는 건
enough to give these two groups different classification codes for abnormalities and distortions. Gotcha. Honglu raised his hand and Ishimal nodded. Don appeared a bit crestfallen.
환상체는 제압하면 알 같은 곳으로 돌아가는데 뒤틀림은 그렇지 않다는 것이죠?
But distortions don't, am I right?
맞습니다. 뒤틀림은 제거에 따른 완전한 제압이 가능하지만 환상체는 아직 이론상
Alright,
완전한
Faust, be aware.
불가능하죠.
Any method of fully slaying an abnormality is yet to be discovered, even in theory.
네, 그렇다고 하네요. 뭐 다들 싸워봐서 이해는 잘 되겠네요. 저도
Shouldn't be too hard to understand.
이게 마지막이네요.
Here comes the last subject.
죄종에 관한 건데
Pectula.
이것도 최근에 확인된 새로운 죄종을 포함해서 기존의 환상체랑 분리해서 코드를 부여하려나 봐요.
They're gonna give them a classification code scheme different from the abnormalities as well, including the new type of pectula we recently encountered.
분류 사유. 환상체와 뒤틀림은 고유성을 갖고
Missing in
있으나
each individual
죄종은
pectula,
그렇지
considering this
않다는 점에
it has been
착안하여.
deemed.
이게 무슨 소리지?
I don't really get what this is talking about. Faust walked up next to Ishmael and began to explain.
고유성이란 동시에 같은 존재가 한 곳에 있지 않다는 뜻입니다.
That no same entity exhibits the same location.
죄종은 똑같은 생김새와 성질을 한 여러 개체가 몰려나왔다는 걸 떠올려 보면 이해가 쉬우시겠죠.
Yeah, multiple duplicates of the same category of pectulum. Yeah.
반대로 뒤틀림과 환상체는 그런 적이 없었죠. 설명이 되었을까요?
However, no such encounters had been made against distortions and abnormalities. Hopefully, this has been a sufficient explanation for all.
그러니까 죄종은 똑같은 놈들이라 써잡아서 불러도 되고 환상체랑 뒤틀림은 하나하나 특별한 놈이니 따로 불러야 한다는 거지? 뭘 어렵게...
I can't concentrate to read when there are voice acting in game help. It did. Heathcliff seemed to have woken up from his coma.
디저트 맛있겠네.
I'll be looking forward to that dessert. His moment of lucidity barely lasted. A moment.
내용은 여기까지네요. 뭔가 상쾌한 기분이 드는걸요?
It's refreshing doing this, something like this once in a while. Dawn has not lowered her hand since Ishmael ignored her first time, not even for a brief moment. Honestly, quite incredible.
알겠어요.
그 서류 작성한 LCD 팀의 직원 이름 혹시 나와 있는가?
The name of the LCD employee who composed that report. Ishmael seemed a bit taken aback that Dawn actually managed to ask a rather sensible question, even though it was asked with that very same enthusiasm she has when talking about fixes, that is.
네, 발신인 LCD 현장 추리팀장.
LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader, Moses.
뭐 LCD 부서도 언젠가 만날 일이 있을 테니 기억해두는 편이 좋겠죠. 괜히 무시해서 미안해요, 돈키호테 씨.
Moses. The Dawn was finally given the answer she so passionately craved. She did not appear happy or excited about it. Instead, she seemed to be absorbed in deep thought. Something wrong, Dawn?
분명 어디서 들어본 이름인데 기억이 안 나서 말일세.
자, 이제 진짜 끝이에요.
Now we're actually done.
아쉽네. 디저트를 더 정립할 수 있을 줄 알았는데.
Darn, I thought I would be able to collect a bit more dessert.
예상보다 전달 시간이 더 소모되었군요. 단테, 이제.
Alright, it's about time. Alright then, I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. This could have dragged on for much longer, but the sinners were thankfully pretty cooperative, so we managed to finish our day early. Other than it being about distortions, 41 chapters long and being on hiatus because Project Moon working on Limbus Company actively, no, I don't know anything else. I followed the sinners to the back door of the bus. My heart a little lighter than it was at the start of the day. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Heathcliff's out cold. It took me about 30 minutes to realize that we left Heathcliff out cold on the bus floor. Bro is taking a nap. That's it. Jesus Christ. Oh, there's a... I can... Wait. There's a... Huh. Got this treatment right before his canto. Rodier is really eager for that dessert. I mean, he'll probably not get any updates until whatever may be relevant to Limbus is over. Yeah, fair enough. What was I? Right, theater. Dante's notes. There's a whole lot of stuff added here. That we'll have to read, but I'll be right back. Just give me about 2 more minutes. Need to warm water yet again. To drink some water, then we read this, and then we end this stream for today. 40 more minutes. Right, we're back. We are back. Only took a bit. The water is being warmed up. The water is definitely being warmed up. Let's see. Limbus Company, Mephistopheles. Refraction Railway 3. Right, a railroad glowing with orange light. Says it's line 3 inside. Just as I predicted, each new railway seemed to come with a different color. I'm sure the next one will be different too. This is 11/12. Is that's... Yeah, that's 12th November, huh? For 984. The subway train followed a circular track and it stopped by every station it passed by. There were rest stations along the way, so this wasn't as bad as the one we suffered through the last time. Again, we found abnormalities we'd never seen before. It really is as the Faust said. If the subway trains are really stopping by the world of abnormalities, maybe we can go even further. Record 2. Going through the mirror dungeon kind of feels like we're wading through an abstract ocean of a world. But the refraction railways have a more detailed appearance, kind of like a corridor of sorts. So many unknowns, but who built the stations? Who put those rewards in the lost and found? Where's the subway train? That looks like Mephistopheles coming from. How did it even get placed on the subway tracks? A lot of questions, no answers. That's usually what happens. Alright, LCA. So this was 4th of November. Interesting. The most influential department in Limbus Company. Not sure what the acronym stands for. Maybe they work in tandem with LCD for important distortion or monolith retrieval missions. A team known as the Special Operations Unit is a part of the LCA. Everyone in that team that we have seen were all tall, bulky, and dressed in black. LCC. Alright. The LCCA, the after team, doesn't seem to think so highly of me and the sinners. They look down on pretty much the entirety of LCB. They probably think that the company is giving us special treatment or something. They think we have it easy. Maybe we should try dying over and over Maybe they should try dying over and over if they really think we're a bunch of spoiled babies. Or to feel the pain of death again and again and again and again and again and again and again with no end. But yeah, we know Saudi's alive. Now this is a correction I'm happy to make. Sounds like she healed up nicely after what happened and got promoted to manager. I know that what happened had been weighing heavily on Sinclair's mind. Hopefully this will put Sinclair's heart at ease even a little bit. The before team, like a Saudian pilot, at least worked alongside us. The Dante literally... Damn, Dante, okay. Come on now. But that woman from LCCA came and treated us and the LCCB like we were beneath them. I felt pretty awful after that. LCD. Limbus Company Distortion. Looks like they're the department that specializes in dealing with distortions. This department was made to expand Limbus Company's business within the city. An employee from the LCD called Ezra actively helped us during the monolith retrieval operation. Imagine she's what Dawn would be like if her personality was a bit more mature. Interesting. Nest. Only S-Corp is the new one. Located in District 19's Nest. Looks like they've got a king, and this king, whatever that means, has retainers. Alright, time Fong. See you in the next one. Thank you for sticking around. Have a good one, buddy. Okay, according to some brief explanations, it seemed to be a form of governance, kind of like the nest and the wings, but not exactly the same. Dawn's eyes were practically twinkling as she listened, so I'm pretty sure it's far from a standard governance system. It really sinking in that each nest has a different culture and its own way of running things. I still have no idea what kind of singularity they're supporting their nest with. Number 2. Yisang is from S-Corp. I was told that S-Corp deals with much more than agriculture and the livestock industry. The Blade lineage members we recently ran into were from S-Corp. From the sound of it, they left the nest for a reason similar to Yisang, internal issue and the tyranny of the corrupt. Things seem incredibly chaotic at S-Corp. Hopefully that's not where we had a nest. Sinking Corp, minus 45 SP for everyone. Alright. The city's technologies. Combat capability. There seems to be more than one way to get strong in the city. Prosthetics, augmentation procedures, for example. But a physically strong body isn't all there is to being powerful. Combat experience and techniques matter too. Fixer officers, associations, syndicates, they each have their unique way of fighting, which sometimes evolves into swordplay styles, martial arts styles, dojos and things like that. Heathcliff tells me that an untrained, inexperienced body enhanced by surgeries just turns you into a slightly sturdier punching bag. Ryoshu chimed in to add that the type of procedure, choice of weapon and style of martial arts matter too. I overheard some identities with a lot of combat experience chatting, and they were saying that investing money in your body will take you only so far. Sure, it can make your body sturdy and physically stronger, but you need the right experience and training to actually use that body. But Rote clarified to me that while more money doesn't automatically mean more power, we should be ready to shell out some cash if we do want to get stronger. I mean, fair enough. Monolith. A black stele that forces people to distort. I think Limbus Company internally calls it the monolith. I think it does similar to the golden bows, causing or amplifying distortions, but unlike golden bows, it seems that's all it's good for. I've been around enough golden bows to know that the monolith and the golden bows are different, despite some similarities. The golden bow amplifies and releases every feeling, from the hottest emotion to the warmest emotion. But the monolith makes people face what's boiling in the deepest abyss of oneself. Unlike golden bow though, it seems to have some mechanism to it, like a device of sorts. The control mechanism alone was so complicated that whatever interaction I did with it felt like I was navigating through a maze puzzle. Interesting. The outskirts. We got new things added after the Count to 5. Thanks to Heathcliff and Dawn, I recently and involuntarily came to learn that there are villages in the outskirts. Yep. Human villages that... I don't really remember when it was, but I remember hearing that there are monsters in the outskirts that are separate from abnormalities or distortions. Seems like they're just as intent on killing humans though. Gnomes and giants, intelligent non-human beings. They're definitely different from the abnormalities. You only stop at a factory in the outskirts, so I don't really have a grasp on what the rest of the outskirts is really like. Other than the Great Lake part of it, that is. But if they had a whole factory all the way out there, I guess I shouldn't even know what to expect from a place like that. Sinclair did say that, like Demian said, it might be a nicer place than we think. Shmuels immediately rebutted that no place, no matter how beautiful and rich. Described as nice if it's filled to the brim with things that are full of nothing but hatred for humans. Abnormalities. Risk levels. Finally, here comes the big paragraph. Each abnormality is categorized into different risk levels, divided into 5 levels according to the brief manual Faust gave me. The 5 levels seems to be Zayn, Teth, He, Wow, and Aleph. It seems that the post-mortem observation logs written by the sinners are sent to the upper echelons of the Limbus company, which then the company uses to determine their risk levels. Apparently, there are times when some abnormalities' risk levels were already rated even before we submitted the observation logs. Heathcliff told me that when he finally got to write the observation log after putting it off for a while, he noticed that it was already marked with the risk level. As those logs are probably connected directly to the Limbus company's headquarters, maybe they're checking these pretty frequently. It seems obvious, but the risk levels are rated based on the potential amount of damage that each abnormality can cause and the difficulty of facing it in combat. I see. Still waiting on that first Aleph ego to absolutely break open the game. True. I suppose that's why. You know what? I'm gonna make a involuntary. I'm gonna make an involuntary prediction. We get the first Aleph ego after Canto 10. I just have a feeling. This is based on nothing but just a feeling and my own gut instinct. That we get our first Aleph after Canto 10, sometime after Canto 10. I suppose that's why they told the sinners to focus on the details of the combat encounter, and each abnormality's identifying characteristics when writing the logs. After more assault, locking in the prediction. Yep, that's my prediction. They'll give us like 3 full sin resistances, which would be amazing. Oh, right. But I also remember that some of the lower risk level abnormalities are harder and more complicated to fight than higher risk abnormalities. Maybe it's the golden bow suppressing the abnormality's strength. I'm gonna guess that's what Clipoth's deterrence means. Ah, but it's probably just there. Just that there are some errors in the risk levels. So I asked Faust about possible errors, and he proceeded to clear up a few questions I had about the difference between the abnormalities and risk level and the actual difficulty we felt from when facing them. I don't know, that's gonna be a very high thing to convert into an ego, that's all I'm saying. The standards to rating each abnormality's risk levels followed Lobotomy Corporation's definition of each risk levels, which then the LCA used to rate them. Turns out the data from Lobotomy Corporation. Question, do you mind theorizing based on the Sinner source material? See, now that's something I don't mind theorizing on, at least. But I have a feeling, especially for Moorsoult, that it's going to be very relevant to his source material, being the stranger. So, okay, so if there's some minor details that may be good hints, you can share those, Mioscarada. Like, could I talk about the stranger? the stranger, despite his story not even being let into yet. I mean, that's true, because that would be just theorizing stuff, right? Because that there is no spoilers to go off of. Well, it's one of the biggest events in the book. So I'll hold. Yeah, I think it's fair to just hold. Unless I've read the book myself. Which I don't think is happening. But maybe, yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll decide to read it. I don't know. The standards to rating each abnormality's risk levels followed Lobotomy Corporation's definition of each risk levels, which then the LCA used to rate them. Turns out the data from Lobotomy Corporation didn't exactly match our own field experience against the abnormalities. LCA is aware of this disparity. Sounds like they're going to announce some new standards to categorize them by. I was told that they were going to... His specifically is pretty short. And the samples collected by Limbus company to reorganize and recategorize the risk levels. Didn't we say that every character was based on like a literary piece, right? A piece of literature. Pectula. I'm curious. What is Faust's material? Because for Outers it's the Odyssey. Ryoshu, I think I do know. But for Murasult it's the... what's it called? I forgot. But yeah, the Stranger. And then... Faust is Faust. Oh. Oh, it's literally named Faust. Okay. Faust the Tragedy. Damn, okay. Alright, let me read this first, then I'll theorize on some of that. They give a similar Faustian bargain. Faustian bargain. No, I don't know the term. That's the first time I'm hearing that. Faustian bargain. They give off a similar energy to the distortions, but these entities lack much identifying characteristics between them, at least between the same types. We have confirmed 6 types of pectulum so far. Yisang says they're even closer to beasts than the distortions are. Yisang says that when comparing the pectula to distortions with what samples we've encountered so far, the pectula showed much higher levels of aggression and antagonism than the distortions did. I'm not sure if this is thanks to the golden bow and is in my head, but I can somehow tell it's a deal with the devil. Ah, deals with the devil, a trait that isn't worth it due to the cost. Oh, that's one of the things I wanted to know about. What's the cost that Faust has to go through for all this knowledge? Good call, because I think I've heard about this earlier as well. But I'll be right back. Let me just drink some water. Bruh, I read the entire Pectula thing here. But yeah, I read this, and they come from the same source. That's what I'm also theorizing. That's all I said. Ishmael Smug. Pectulum. They come from the same source. Stage Pectula. Stage 2 Pectula. We encountered an entity that seemed to be a more mature version of the Pectula we had encountered so far. Sounds like the higher-ups at Limbus Company are trying to characterize them by something like stages. It can be a coincidence that after so many encounters with these Pectula, we are only now running into a stage 2 Pectula. The sinners have really grown stronger through our bus journey, but the Pectula have also grown powerful. I've been thinking, and I've come to the conclusion that maybe these new types of Pectula are showing up because of the Golden Bow. This probably has something to do with the fact that collecting the Golden Bow powers up our identities too. Right. They get 5 more levels. It's acknowledged in the lore as well. If we continue to collect the Golden Bows, the types of Pectula will grow as well. Golden Bow, Sinners, and the Pectula. And there's a Golden Bow in my head too. I'm sure they're connected to me in some way. There's no other way to look at this. From how the notes read, people become Pectulum instead of distorting or manifesting ego if they have really weak desires or force of will, which is interesting. Because if you have absolute strength in your ideals, then you awaken an ego. If you are charting a path, but there's some doubts, and you can't work through them with the voice, you get distorted. And if there's nothing going on, then the last option is Pectula. Gregor becomes stick fiber. But now, going to distortions. At a certain trigger. Somehow we ended up facing several distorted people through our journey, and I found a through line that connects them all together. I think people distort when they're pushed to the brink of an emotional breakdown. Question though, from what I've seen of the city, I'm pretty sure there are literally countless people out there who are pushed to their emotional extremes, so why aren't we seeing more distortions? Maybe there's a secondary trigger, a secondary condition other than being pushed to one's emotional limit. The higher-ups of Limbus Company have so far categorized the distortions by the same risk levels they grade abnormalities with, but with this new announcement of abnormality, risk level adjustments and overhauls, they decide to classify the distortions of the different system. Looks like they determined the fact that distortions can be permanently killed as the biggest differentiator between distortions and abnormalities. Thinking back on it, abnormalities always reverted into an egg-like shape whenever we defeated them. Right, and I think that's legitimately everything. Like, legitimately everything here. Uncategorized. Let's go! One more module made. Nah, that short fan comic is common. Canon. Truly, the reading experience. We're gonna see what the next reissue ID ends up being. I'm probably not gonna be doing anything, but yeah. That's about it for this stream. Thank you all for joining us, and if you enjoyed, be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton, and I really appreciate all the support I can get. All the Water Watchers I couldn't catch live, and remember, there's the comment section down below to comment all your thoughts and stuff like that. As the event, it was good. G'day, Max. But yeah, I'll see you in the next one the day after tomorrow at 4 to 5 p.m. IST, Indian Standard Time. Bye, guys. Good night.